Good morning. I'll call to the order the May 11th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Hartman,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
and Chair Nelson.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now recess to closed session. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on our closed session agenda from the public?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on our closed session agenda today.
Okay. Thank you. County Council, will you please read the items for consideration today?
Chair and Supervisors, today the board is agendized in closed session for two separate matters. First is public employee appointment for County Council. The second is conference with labor negotiators concerning County Council candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Gazzoni. We will return from closed session at approximately 11 a.m. Thank you. 11th, 2021. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Chair and Supervisors, today in closed session, the board considered one matter of public employee appointment concerning County Council and one matter of conference with labor negotiations concerning County Council candidate. There are no reportable actions.
Thank you. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the April 29th, 2021 special meeting and the May 4th, 2021 regular meeting. Is there any discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. That's fun. All right. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, thank you. I have a couple announcements this morning. I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are now being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. I would also like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's alternative methods of public participation. For alternative methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda today, please see page 2 of our agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment, you may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing information about joining the Zoom meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration. The clerk will call you by name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact the clerk of the board at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And I have 2 quick announcements regarding our agenda today. We did post an addendum to the agenda on Friday, adding administrative item number 20 to the administrative agenda. This is sponsored by Community Services and General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding the reallocation of Homeless Emergency Assistance Program HEAP funds for reallocation of the pallet shelter project to the county-owned Bridge House Shelter in the 4th District from the current Isla Vista Parks and Rec Department site in Isla Vista, and a third amendment to the license agreement with Good Samaritan Shelter, Inc. for modified continued use of the Bridge House Emergency Shelter site. And this was posted and available to the public online as well. My last announcement today is a continuation request in regards to departmental item number 4 on our agenda today. The department requests a continuation to June 22nd, 2021. Departmental item number 4 is from the sheriff. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual Truth Act report and community forum. Again, this was a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual Truth Act report and community forum. And there is a request to continue this to our June 22nd, 2021 meeting. And Chair Nelson and members of the board, I would like to note for the record, we had no request to speak on the continuance itself on that item. So with that, if the board would like to take action on the continuation request for departmental item number 4, now is the time. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to move departmental item number 4 to the June 22nd meeting.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just am disappointed that we are continuing this. I gather it is because it has to be an afternoon presentation, but we've had several Truth Act presentations in the past, and we've said we wanted to do it late in the day. And so I'm just, people get mobilized, they work with their people who are interested in this issue, and then at the last minute they learn, oh, we got to demobilize and then do it all over again. And so I think that's, I would hope that this never happens again.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. And I will assure the public this was a scheduling issue between the sheriff and our desire to have it in the afternoon. As chairman, I've made a commitment to see if we can't accommodate the public with this item when it comes back on June 22nd. So we're actively working with the sheriff as well as various board offices to see if we can't find a time when the most amount of public is available to participate. So with that, I have a motion and a second. And just to confirm, Madam Clerk, there's no public comment on the issue to continue this item.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, that is correct. We had no request to speak on the continuance of this item.
All right, thank you. So with that, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next item of business is the County Executive Officer's Report. CO Miyasato, do you have anything to report today?
No report this morning, Chair.
Thank you. Our next item is the approval of the administrative agenda. Do any board members request to pull any items on the administrative agenda today?
I'd like to pull A6, please.
Okay. Any others? I'm pulling A20. Madam Clerk, is there any items that need to be pulled by the public?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have one request to speak on administrative agenda, and that is administrative item number 6 as well.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
So moved?
Second.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries to accept or approve the administrative agenda with the exception of item number 6 and 20. I also believe we have item number 19 that will be read into the record. We'll do that after the conclusion of items 6 and 20. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please read item A20 or A6 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of fiscal year 2021 through 2022 employer and member contribution rates.
All right. Supervisor Levin, you pulled this, but you'd like to have the public comment first?
And we have one request to speak on this item, and we will go to Andy Caldwell.
All right. Mr. Caldwell, when you're ready.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, whereas I'm grateful that Supervisor Lavanino pulled this from the A calendar, it's pretty disappointing. I call the admin calendar, for people that are unfamiliar with county government, the nothing to see here calendar, because of course you're not expected to discuss it, pull it, or deliberate on it. And yet this year, your unfunded actuarial liability exceeded $1 billion. The taxpayers are on the hook for over $1 billion for retirement. Moreover, your entire system is based on what's called a 7% assumption return on investment every year. On page 11 of your report, it says this scenario is highly unlikely, even if the plan does achieve an average return of 7%. And in fact, if you go to page 29, it shows you've only hit that 7% or more a handful of times over the last 20 years, that your average return over that 20 years is 5%. I've had national experts on pension liabilities on the show, and one of the dark, deep secrets of pension funds is the 7% rate is an assumption based on 100% funding. So the less funded the pension fund is, the higher the rate of return must be. So this last year, when you hit 0.78 instead of 7.00, that means some year you're going to have to hit 14% just to break even with what you lost last year. The whole thing is untenable, and yet it becomes business as usual to stick this report on the admin calendar. We need a better plan than this. We need better leadership than this. We know that some of these things are technically beyond your control because of the California rule. But when was the last time cities and counties lobbied the state government to change the California rule? I've never seen it on a legislative agenda for your lobbyists. I've never heard you ask senators, people like Jackson or Lamone, to change the California rule, because overall it's estimated that California governments as a whole are in the hole $1 trillion. $1 trillion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I think this is an important issue too, and that's the reason why I pulled it. But this doesn't mean that we don't have regular updates from Mr. Levin and the SB SERS board. So I know those are scheduled. But what we have to realize also is this information is a year old. So this was from the previous year. So it was a 0.1% return for fiscal year 2020. Just to give you an update though, as Mr. Caldwell said, you have to have that year where you hit 14. The good news is this year, right now we're sitting almost at a 20% return. So, when people ask me, so that $1 billion is going to come down substantially. I think the thing you really have to look at, and what I have really come to appreciate sitting on the SB SERS board, is you cannot look at this through a year-to-year time frame, which is really difficult for us as board members, as the sponsors of the plan, because we budget in a year-to-year time frame. This is a 30-year macro look at a performance. So when I'm asked by people in the community, is the county's pension fund sustainable? The easy answer is, if you receive a 7% return per year, it is sustainable. If you don't receive that, then it becomes unsustainable. And so I guess the number you really just need to look at is since inception, what has been the return? And there have been good years. The highest year that I can see is 22% in fiscal year 2011, and we've had some zeros. But since inception, if you even that out, since it started, it is an 8.32% return. So, some people may agree with a pension program for public employees. Some may not. Some may feel there should be a hybrid. I'm not going to argue those right now. What my job is as the SB SERS person is to try to make sure that we hit that 7% and do the best that we can to make sure that we are diversified. Very confident with the folks that we have on board now. 1, 2, 3, so this is 4 out of the last 5 years been in excess of the 7%, and I believe 7 out of the last 11. So, like I said, it's a long-term plan. We have some very highly qualified individuals working on this. Your SB SERS board has gone out and got the best and the brightest to look at this as a long-range plan. So I'm looking forward to the next time that Mr. Levin can come before the board and discuss this with us as well. But yeah, next year it may be a lot more difficult to hit the 20% mark. We have set a pretty high bar this year, but over the long range, like I said, it has returned 8.3%.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. I will now entertain a motion on item 86.
I'll make a motion to accept A6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Madam Clerk, will you read item A20 into the record?
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 20 is from Community Services and General Services. It is to consider recommendations regarding the reallocation of Homeless Emergency Assistance Program HEAP funds for reallocation of the pallet shelter project to the county-owned Bridge House Shelter, 4th District, from the current Isla Vista Parks and Rec Recreation Department site in Isla Vista, and a third amendment to the license agreement with Good Samaritan Shelter, Inc. for modified continued use of the Bridge House Emergency Shelter site.
All right. Thank you. I'm actually just pulling this just to get a few things out there for the public. I don't necessarily need to have any questions answered by staff, but I appreciate staff being available if there's any other questions from my colleagues. But when I became aware that the pallet shelters that are currently located in Isla Vista were going to be located to Lompoc, I did have some concerns, and my staff and HCD and Good Samaritan have worked really hard over the last week to alleviate some of the concerns that I had. Just for the record, so that people don't, start to imagine things. The shelters themselves are going to be transported to Lompoc, not necessarily the population that are currently housing them. Those are assets that the county has and was searching out another location. Initially, I was concerned about adding additional capacity to the Bridge House without taking a bigger look at what our unsheltered plan is in the Lompoc Valley. Things about like transportation to and from the Bridge House. The Bridge House is not accessible really by foot without crossing a very dangerous bridge. Also was concerned about the potential mixing of populations with the families that already exist at the Bridge House with those coming into the pallet shelters, as well as, how do these factor into a comprehensive Lompoc Valley San Ynez Riverbed cleanup project or effort. Not all my concerns have been addressed, but it's sufficiently enough for me to be accepting of this at this time. I have a commitment from HCD and Good Sam and the City of Lompoc to work together to address some of these issues. This evening, I'll be showing up at a safe parking meeting in Lompoc as we're trying to get our arms around the issues of homelessness in the Lompoc Valley. I'm really excited about some of the partnerships that we have in place and hopeful that the Lompoc Valley might be a model for the entire county moving forward as we tackle these really difficult issues. So I just wanted to make that statement for the public. I would like to make the motion to approve this item. And can I get a second?
Second, and if I may say,
Please.
the pallet shelter in IV we've learned a great deal from that. And Good Sam has been really a model in pioneering new ways of getting arms around people, stabilizing them, and being able to offer services that does get them long-term housing. So I think you're going to be very grateful that you have that available in Lompoc.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Any other further discussion? So let me make sure I read my script right. Okay, so all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So that concludes our administrative agenda, or I'm sorry, we have one item to be presented. It's been previously approved, but Madam Clerk, will you read A19 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, thank you. Administrative item number 19 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution honoring Allen Hancock College for 100 years of dedication to providing quality higher education and commitment to changing the odds for students in our community. And joining us today via Zoom, we have Kevin Walthers, Greg Pensa, John Hooten, and Suzanne Levy. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Allen Hancock College has served as a critical contributor of accessible higher education to the community since its establishment as Santa Maria Junior College in 1920. And whereas Allen Hancock College has dedicated itself to opening doors to students from northern Santa Barbara County and beyond, who otherwise might not have the opportunity to attend college. And whereas Allen Hancock College is committed to providing equitable access to programs, activities, services, and employment opportunities to all without regard to national origin, ethnicity, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or religion. And whereas Allen Hancock College established the Hancock Promise program in 2018, ensuring every high school graduate in the district receives their first year of college tuition free, regardless of background. And whereas since its inaugural cohort in 2018, the Hancock Promise has served more than 4,000 students who will join the ranks of Hancock alumni who have launched successful careers, become valuable community leaders, and embodied the college slogan of "Start here, go anywhere." And whereas on May 22nd, 2021, Allen Hancock College will celebrate 100 years of serving the community and its significance for individuals and families, local businesses, and regional industries that rely on the quality and affordable education that has been offered since 1920. Therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors does hereby offer congratulations to Allen Hancock College, the premier college of Northern Santa Barbara County, for 100 years of dedication to providing quality higher education and commitment to changing the odds for students in our community, passed and adopted today.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, thank you for allowing us to have this presentation. Both my mom and my dad both attended Allen Hancock College, is where all three of my kids, and the testament for go here, start here, go anywhere. One went on to Long Beach State, one went on to Loma Linda, one went to UCLA. The beauty of having that college there is that they educated a pharmacist, an ultrasound technician, and a CHP officer, all who were able to come back and live in Santa Maria with rewarding careers. So that Hancock Promise has been a game changer for many in our community. There's a little saying, first year free at AHC, and the future is very bright with Allen Hancock as well. There's actually talk about moving on to four-year degrees. So it is a jewel of Santa Maria and the North County, and I think we have President Kevin Walters present as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Our internet, we're trying a new process here where we can sit in our boardroom distanced and talk with you, and our trustee, Suzanne Levy, is here, and we're grateful for this recognition. And just want to mention that we talk about changing the odds. We have a lot of great stories about students that overcome the odds, but our goal now, working with the community, is to remove the barriers for students so that for most of us who didn't have a lot of barriers to overcome or had minimal barriers, we can change the odds for those students in our community. And we are seeing great returns. We're seeing great excitement about the fall. And we hope that everybody will join us on May 22nd at hancockcollege.edu/100. If you'll go there, you can get free tickets to the online gala for the 100th anniversary with a very, very handsome and smart host, Steve Lavanino. So thank you all for this recognition, and we look forward to another 100 years of serving. We might have lost you there, but it was a great speech.
We picked up on it. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I wanted to add a couple of things, and I'm proud that in Lompoc we have the satellite Allen Hancock College, but it's a cultural center in North County with the art, the music, and especially the plays. It really adds amenities and value to all of our lives, not just the students. But I was a college teacher, and there's a concept in the academic world, value added. If you have a good student going to a good college, what did the college really add? A little bit of value. But if you take students who are coming from homes where they may not have books and magazines and parents who went to school or even understand all that application process, and you bring them to Allen Hancock College, and they go from there to anywhere, the value added is enormous. It can't be overstated. And I always say we need in North County a four-year college that is a public institution. It would be the biggest economic driver for North County. We have many Latino families where students are not eager to go away from their family. They have to help in one way or another, or they just have a sense that they want to stay close to home. And there aren't any options for them. And the CSU is too far away. UCSB may or may not be an appropriate fit. So I'm very hopeful that we can get a four-year college and more four-year degrees, because I think it would continue on this tradition of being the premier institution in North County. And congratulations on 100 years. It's a fabulous place.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I want to acknowledge Trustee Levy is on the line. If you want to make some comments.
I just want to tell everyone, thank you very much for the proclamation. Having been in Santa Maria and Santa Barbara for over 40 years, I know how much Hancock has contributed to our community and to the Lompoc community. And it really is a jewel, as Supervisor Lavanino said, and I just appreciate you acknowledging it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Levy. And I just wanted to pile on with the compliments. My children, I have 3 high schoolers. They're taking concurrent enrollment, so they've actually been able to get college units while they're in high school, and that actually makes them now 3rd generation Hancock students. So my in-laws attended Hancock and played sports there. My wife did as well, and I took a few classes on my way to my degree. So it's been a big part of our lives. And the reputation of Hancock has improved greatly in my adulthood. At one time, that was looked down upon as a consolation prize. It no longer is. The commitment of the taxpayers of the Northern Santa Barbara County with, I believe, Measure L, I think they have that one right, for the infrastructure improvements that took place on the Hancock campus and the public safety campus there in Lompoc have been game changers. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate former trustee Larry Lair, after over 20 years as a trustee of the Hancock College, that he's recently moved on from that, but under his leadership and definitely under President Walter's leadership, it is the premier institution that everybody is talking about. And again, congratulations. All right, I don't think we need a motion on that one. We approved that with the entire agenda. So thank you, Hancock leadership, for being here today. All right, at this time is the time for the members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on items not on the agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have one request to speak on general public comment today, and that is Kathleen Rosenthal.
Ms. Rosenthal, when you're ready.
Well, good morning, Board, Mr. Chair. I'm Kathleen Rosenthal with the San Ynez Valley Riders. I'm here with an update on the Live Oak Trail project this week. We are still wrestling with data collection for the Live Oak Trail project, which was an integral component of the project description and the reason for the project, according to park staff and approved by the Bureau of Reclamation. Data collection is not being done accurately and doesn't count all of our trail users. The Iron Ranger captures the day users that are mostly hikers, but fails to capture our annual pass holders, which are mostly equestrians. We've suggested that parks revert to the old method trail check-in to amend this. This last week, I received 2 responses to this solution. One is from our supervisor, Joan Hartman, which I appreciate her working with us to get a response, where parks said they cannot revert to the old way of collecting fees and use the gate code for entry to the trail because traffic backs up to 154 at the main gate. I saw this happen once, the May 1st weekend. However, last weekend, on Mother's Day weekend, I drove out to see for myself. And even though you would think this would be a popular weekend for Kachuma, at 1:00 p.m. in the afternoon, there was no such backup. The second response was from park staff that says we should have enough data on the equestrian usage, which the 9 months or so of data collected from the front gate. And this was done last year. And we, parks, are collecting some pretty good data from the hikers because most of them are not annual pass holders, and that is being done this year. I want to reiterate that the data collection for all trail users must be done concurrently to be valid. This splitting of the times and that kind of thing is dependent upon how many days the trail can be used, weather, all that. And we really must insist that the data collection for all users be done concurrently to be valid. I also want to let you know last night, the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee agreed to hold a special meeting for Live Oak Trail, and we are hopeful that this will result in a Live Oak Trail working group where we can discuss issues with the Live Oak Trail. We appreciate all the support we've received from Supervisor Hartman and from all the CRATAC board members. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Mrs. Rosenthal. Ms. Rosenthal. We also got a public comment letter from Jana Zimmer and had some potential legal implications. Mr. Gazzoni, did you want to comment on those?
Chair and Supervisor, although I'll be the one making short comments, these occur after coordination with our planning director, Lisa Plowman, and from CEO's office, Brittany Heaton. So we looked at the public comment email, and rather than line by line it, I have really two themes. Theme one is that in the Santa Claus Lane area, any cannabis storefront retail does require a coastal development permit with a hearing, generally abbreviated CDH. That's part of our coastal zoning ordinance and has been passed on by the Coastal Commission. The second part of the public comment addressed Public Records Act responses. So we went back and looked at that and believe that the county is timely with its series of ongoing responses from two separate Public Records Act requests. So we've looked at it. I know that this is an area with a lot of public interest, but I believe the county is on the right foot on both of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Cassoni. With that, that concludes public comment. The next item on the agenda is departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19.
Dr. Reynoso, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. My briefings topics this morning include the blueprint metrics and our vaccination efforts. Next. We anticipate that at noon, the state will announce that Santa Barbara County has a 3.5 adjusted case rate for the tier assignment. And we were adjusted from the 4.1 new cases per day per 100,000. Our testing positivity rate is at 1.4, with the testing positivity rate in the health equity metric areas at 1.9. So with these metrics, Santa Barbara County will remain in the orange tier this week. Our case rate needs to be below 2 cases per 100,000 for 2 weeks before we can be moved to the yellow tier. I do want to share with your board that we have good data trends for our county, except for 4 locations, we are seeing a decrease in new cases across the county. Active cases are decreasing as well. No ICU patients due to COVID-19 as of yesterday. And we have not been here during the whole pandemic. This is the first time that we have 0 COVID-19 ICU patients since we started tracking last April 2020. So the other last time it was this low was when we had 1 patient at the end of October 2020. So this is indeed really good news, encouraging news that perhaps we are turning the corner. For current daily updates on our data, please visit our community dashboard at publichealthsbc.org. Next. With regards to vaccination efforts, we have 62.1% of the eligible population, 16 above, having received their first or single dose. And of that, we consider 48.6% of the eligible Santa Barbara County to be fully vaccinated. So another way to look at this is if we were to look at all of Santa Barbara County population, the percent of the county vaccinated with at least with the first or single dose is 49.5%, and percent of total Santa Barbara County fully vaccinated stands at 38.7%. Next. With regards to the number of vaccines in Santa Barbara County for this week, we have a total of 6,650 doses going to network providers, as well as the public health community vaccination clinics. We do have 15,730 doses in reserve. So what this means is that in our healthcare system, we have 15,730 doses that were not used that we are planning to use. So we did not order any more because of what we have currently in the reserve. Next. This is a snapshot of our mobile vaccination program. We are in week 4. During week 4, we had 20 clinics, giving a total of 1,564 shots to community members at their convenience at locations where they found comfortable and amenable. Next. This is a depiction of the percent of our mobile clinics by sector. So during week 4, so that is since last Tuesday through Sunday, we had 8 clinics in our community, various community sites such as open markets, swap meets, even at UCSB. We had 8 clinics in ag-based sites, which includes H2A housing and grower sites. I'd like to remind your board that we are making a commitment with weekly vaccination clinics at our H2A housing locations. We had 3 clinics in the homeless shelters and 1 clinic in the faith-based location. Next. We do have a new vaccination site coming on board, and that will be at the Santa Maria Fair Park Pavilion, and it will start Sunday, May 16th. The hours are from Sunday through Thursday. Sunday through Wednesday will be from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., with Thursdays being 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. The appointments can be made using My Turn, or we are also allowing for walk-ups. So that means no appointments necessary. You can just show up and you can get vaccinated. Next. The next eligible group that we are planning for is the 12 plus. As your board may have heard, yesterday the FDA did grant emergency use authorization for Pfizer for the 12 plus population. Following the FDA announcement, the CDC Independent Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, will be meeting tomorrow with a vote anticipated by noon. CDC and our state, California Department of Public Health, will be providing further updates on and guidance following the ACIP vote. Meanwhile, in anticipation, we have been planning for school-based clinics, and we are ready to implement them as soon as next week. We are also in planning stages with our pharmacies and other healthcare providers who are providing the Pfizer vaccine. And in addition to that, our public health vaccination team will be going on to schools to provide those school-based clinics. Next. With that, I end my briefing and am open for questions.
All right, back to the board. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Reynoso, I'm still struggling with on the percent of eligible. So does that, okay, so that's 16 and older. So if we add in the 12 to 16 now, I'm trying to figure out what the difference between that 62% and the 49% on the other side. So is the 49% counting everybody, even infants? That's the
That
total?
is correct. That is correct.
I'm not really even
And-
sure why we're tracking that number. I mean, if the person can't get vaccinated anyway, so we're really focusing on that 62%, I'm assuming.
That is correct.
Okay. So then I want to get to, by the way, since Allen Hancock got their 1 in 3 North County vaccines were administered at Allen Hancock College. So I want to thank Kevin Walters, the president of Allen Hancock, for coming up with that stat. I want to talk about masks for a moment. And, when I was watching, this is one of the first meetings that I've been to with everybody in the same room here. And one of the things that I enjoyed a little bit about being remote is that I didn't always have to wear a mask. And in researching, like California Department of Public Health, their guidance is that masking indoors is not required if you're vaccinated, fully vaccinated with other fully vaccinated people. So when somebody's watching this, if you could just explain, or maybe Mr. Gazzoni explain why we are still wearing masks at this point.
I can start.
Okay.
Dr. De Reynoso, maybe Mr. Gazzoni can start since it's regarding a state regulatory rule.
Chair and supervisors, thank you for that question. As you know from our briefings, we live in a rope of many strands of regulation. CDPH is one of them. Cal Occupational Safety and Health is another. And the requirement that you're speaking of right now really comes directly from Cal Occupational Safety and Health. And I'll also comment that we have draft change regulations out from Cal OSHA that will address both distancing and face coverings for vaccinated and unvaccinated people. And the starting point on this is that the county is many things, but is also an employer. And these regulations apply to all employers and in all locations except for things like working from home or some other that don't apply to the board hearing room. And as we're looking at this right now and looking at the future, there may be a change to the draft Cal OSHA regulations, but moving forward, they would still require the county to have its employers wearing face coverings indoors when less than 6 feet from other people. So there's a light change on distancing meets masking, but I think face coverings would still be on the table from Cal OSHA unless there's a change to those draft regulations, which Cal OSHA's, one of their bodies, will be hearing on the 20th, and which we have a county working group proposing clarifications or corrections on some of those. And in fact, we've had some of those discussions already.
Okay, well, just my 2 cents, and if we have any ability to shape this, is that we're now in the area where we're trying to encourage vaccine hesitant people to jump in the waters and get vaccinated. And if we don't show them any different behavior, you got to have some sort of reward. And so, if you can show a return to normal, 6 cases, nobody in the ICU, I know there's the time where you don't want to announce victory too soon, and we still have to be cognizant of the fact that it still exists out there. But at some point, we have to realize we're going to live with this virus for the rest of our lives. And I think it's an incumbent upon us as leadership to kind of show that we were the first ones to start wearing the mask. It was real quick to implement the ordinances. We need to be just as swift in removing them when they don't make sense anymore. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Hart, and then Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I think that's a great segue because I wanted to note the fact that we had achieved this 62%
vaccination rate for at least one shot. That is really significant. I wasn't sure that it was going to happen this quickly, but it really is a testament to all the work the public health department's doing, and just regular folks stepping up to take their turn and get vaccinated. And I was thinking about this, ways to tell the story that Supervisor Lavanino was speaking to. What's the reason to do this at this point? And I reached out to Kurt Ransohoff, who's the CEO and the Chief Medical Officer at Sansom Clinic, and asked him, does your staff have some stories that we could share with the public about reasons to get vaccinated, personal motivational stories. And he was kind enough to send me 3 that I thought were really good. One of them was about one of their doctors who noted that because she and her mother are both vaccinated, for the first time in a year, they were able to get together at a nursing home outside on Mother's Day. And I think that's a really significant achievement. I know we all had that moment on Mother's Day if we had the opportunity to be with our parents. And having both parties vaccinated is key to making that successful. Another story that one of the internists shared was that one of their patients got the vaccine very early on, traveled back east with a large family gathering. There were only 2 of the people that were vaccinated in this 20-person group, and everybody else got COVID except the folks that were vaccinated. And the consequence of that was significant financially, because those folks had to be quarantined. They weren't able to work for 2 weeks. That represented a serious financial hardship. But the folks who were vaccinated were safe and fine and back at work. And that's just a concrete example of the benefits of being vaccinated. And then the last one I thought was really sweet, and it fits with what's about to occur with graduations just about to happen. An 80-year-old patient was hesitant to get the vaccine. And the doctor was talking with her about her grandson's college graduation and the fact that she was going to miss it. And he said, well, why don't you go? Why don't you get vaccinated and go? And she thought about it a little bit harder and said, yeah, it's a really important family celebration. I want to be part of that. So she got the vaccine and was pleased to tell the doctor that she's got a plane flight arranged and is going back to Nebraska to see her grandson graduate from college. So there are real concrete, specific benefits for people to take their turn and get vaccinated. It's easy, it's free, you don't have to wait now. We've got the mobile clinics and the pharmacies that are able to do it on a walk-up basis. So just want to continue to encourage people to be vaccinated. It's safe, it's a piece of cake, and it helps all of us.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, well, I just wanted to congratulate everybody in our county for that 62%, but we're not there yet. We're aiming for 80. We got to get to 80%. And our public health department is certainly doing its share. It's going to farmers markets, it's going to swap meets. I understand there's even a plan to have Supervisor Lavanino dressed up as a syringe on a street corner and guiding people in to get their vaccine. But
First I've heard of that, but I'm willing to do almost anything. So if it gets us to 80 and I can take a mask off, I'll do it.
But government can only do so much, and people really hear from their doctors, their physicians, and especially other family members. And I think Supervisor Hart really hit on it, that family gatherings, we've all not been able to do that. But with Mother's Day, we get a taste of what we've been missing and how desperately we want to get back together. So I encourage family members to encourage other family members who've been vaccinated and to encourage those who haven't to please get the vaccine because it really matters for your family and for your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, my comments are along those lines. I mean, my understanding is that it takes 80% of all folks to reach herd immunity. We've made great progress, but I'm worried that we will not reach there without some people making some different decisions than they are now. At once the decision and the research that cleared the Pfizer vaccine for teenagers will help us in that regard because it means there's now a new population of eligible folks. So if you were out there and you were waiting for all of your family members to be eligible, so you could try to do it all in one day or one site. Now is the time, especially with public health expanding some of the opportunities and allowing walk-ups at many of our opportunities. And I think everybody wants this chapter of their lives to be over. And the way we're going to get that there before we have other factors that could increase transmission is to get to herd immunity as quickly as possible. And it was a little, somewhat to be expected, but LA, yesterday or today announced that they're moving back their expected date because of falling demand in taking vaccinations. We're also going to have to be more creative of how to reach people. But for our society to fully recover, we are going to need to have more people step up and get vaccinated, without question.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And I was just thinking up here, it's interesting that Mother's Day is kind of the first holiday in the last year that we haven't been talking about the Mother's Day surge. We've been, every time we have a holiday, that's been the mentality of the county or, the whole state as we look at what that means for us. And so I think the vaccinations are working. I think our numbers continue to and are dropping. Our new number is 3.5, but if our, on the dashboard right now, we're actually down at 2.6. When it's a week lag behind, so we're gonna actually see another significant drop moving forward. As someone who represents a lot of people that have vaccine hesitancy, I think one of the problems is that there is a lack of trust that these measures, these mitigation measures, will go away. I think that we've seen the state be very slow to react, and I think that a lot of people out there are concerned that even if they get the vaccine, that the state will continue to hold their grip on our day-to-day life. And so I've seen also polling that would show that 15%, not more people, 15% of the population would get vaccinated if it meant masks would go away. And that would practically get us to the number that we're looking at getting. And so, I think we need to have a more serious commitment from our public health officials at the state level that is really what would happen at a certain number. And I think at that point, you will see a greater acceptance of vaccination in some of the communities that are hesitant at this point. All right. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have one request to speak on this item,
All right.
and that is Terry Strickland.
Ms. Strickland, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Nelson and board. I've listened over the last few months, these vaccine updates, and I think it's time for this board to stop the vaccine shaming. People who wanted the shot have gotten it or are getting it soon, and the rest of the population, for many reasons, religious, moral, scientific, don't want it. Never in our history have we ever been forced to inject a medicine into our bodies, and some folks just are not okay with that. This is still America. People should still be able to choose if they want this or not. I've said all along this is a personal decision. I don't care if you want to get the vaccine or not. And if the vaccine works, you shouldn't care what other people have chosen to do. But what was really odd to me is if you really believe the vaccines work, why are you all sitting up there 6 feet apart from each other, masked? Take off the mask. For people hard of hearing, for one thing, your muffled comments are a nightmare. And if you really believed in the vaccine and wanted everyone to get it, you'd stop the whole Dr. Fauci narrative of, quote, even if you get the vaccine, you must social distance and wear your mask. Supervisor Lavanino is correct. This is no way to encourage people who are on the fence to get the vaccine. And I wish doctors would quit telling people they could kill their grandma if they don't get the government orders vaccine. Public health doctors and governors have endangered more grandmothers than anybody. And vaccinating children as young as 12 years old is absurd. Everyone knows children are not the ones impacted by this virus. Why would you promote this? And get rid of the masks for these kids playing outside sports. I mean, it's ridiculous. Parents that go along with this vaccinating 12-year-olds should be doing some research. As for vaccine passports, I hope this board will follow the lead of the San Luis Obispo County Board of Supervisors and assure your constituents you will not support keeping citizens from receiving government services based on their vaccination record, nor will you encourage businesses to do that either. As you may have noticed, I don't say anything about thank you for your time or thank you for allowing me to speak. A smart supervisor once told me, don't thank us, this is our job. We are paid to be in your chambers listening to the public. By the way, open our board hearing rooms to the public. Staff can stay in their offices if you want, but the public has a right to face our elected officials in person. When will this happen? And as far as herd immunity, why don't you consider the people who have already had COVID and have an immunity to this now? Why does this percentage that you're going for only have to be vaccinated people? That's not the way it's ever been calculated, and I don't understand why you keep doing it. And I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. All right. I will now entertain a motion. Supervisor Harmon, a comment?
Ms. Strickland raised a question that I have for Dr. Dorinoso, and that is, why should children, young people get vaccinated? What do we know about the benefits versus the risks?
Dr. Dorinoso?
Yes. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, we know that children are getting infected. We do have number of young people in high school and in middle school who have COVID-19. I think the benefit of getting your vaccination is that it will protect the child, it will protect their family, and it will protect the community. Children can now return to a full array of extracurricular activities without the fear of being of getting COVID or transmitting COVID. So I think that the advantages, the benefits, far outweigh any perceived disadvantages.
Thank you, Dr. Dorinoso. Did I hear that right, that once vaccinated, you won't transmit?
That is correct.
Right. Thank you. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea to also address some of the other things that Ms. Strickland raised in her comments too, and have Dr. Dorinoso speak directly to the benefits of a vaccination as opposed to trying to get to herd immunity through folks who have contracted COVID-19. They're not the same. One of them lasts longer than the other and provides more protection. So maybe Dr. Dorinoso could help add some science to the comments about that.
Right, that is correct. What you just mentioned. So in modeling, the state is considering the full vaccination individuals as the yardstick by which we are measuring herd immunity for that. People who have gotten infected with COVID-19 are still strongly encouraged to get vaccinated because of the strength and the durability of the vaccine in protecting that individual from severe illness or from transmitting.
Thank you, Dr. Dorinoso. Supervisor Williams, please.
Well, I mean, I understand the frustration in the public comment, but I just think it is, some of the desires are contradictory, meaning if we, there's a degree of normalcy that the science and the doctors out there are saying we can only proceed to at a certain amount of people vaccinated and or who have contracted the disease. And it does not look like we are there yet, nor are we on the precipice of it. So I'm not, I just think encouragement is very different than shaming. And I think that it's important to encourage people to be doing something that's good for their neighbors and for their families, and protect them from contracting a deadly disease. I will add that she is correct about small children, but the research indicates that kids that are 10 and under tend to have underdeveloped lung receptors, but that as you get older into teenage, it becomes more and more similar to an adult. And so, a teenager can contract COVID. Even small kids can, though it tends to be people who have longer exposure. And the older teens can contract just as easily as an adult. And so this is a population that we should have folks making their own decision about whether to get vaccinated, but I also encourage them to be thinking about the risks are low, but the risks of having an insufficient number of people vaccinated are high. Because of that, I very much encourage people to get out there and get vaccinated.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And I just want to also say that I sympathize where Ms. Strickland's coming from here. I think, as my initial comments talking about the trust between some of my constituents and the government here, we do feel like the goalposts keep moving. At one point, and I hate to use it's kind of tired. It was just 2 weeks to slow the spread, right? And and then we'd get back to normal. And then it was making sure that we didn't overtax our healthcare system. And then we'll get back to normal. And then it's no, we need to wait for there's going to be a vaccine. Then we'll get back to normal. And now it's herd immunity, and we'll get back to normal. Again, that's where I think a lot of people feel like this is Lucy and Charlie Brown with the football. And I like the things start to get back to normal. I think you'll get more and more acceptance. But I think at this point, there's a lack of trust out there. And, everybody needs to make these decisions for themselves. It is a fine line between shaming and encouraging. And just for the record, I've had my first dose of the vaccine, and I'm not out there shaming people over whether it's their decision or not. I'm a caretaker for a family member, and I thought that was most necessary for my family's safety. That's a personal decision that I made after working with my family and talking it through. We're all going to make these decisions for ourselves. We're absolutely right. This is America. We should have these freedoms, and especially if the risk is low. Right now I'm looking at it, and I don't want to minimize any deaths that happen in this county, but we've now gone 2 weeks with no deaths. We were at 1 death before that, 2 deaths before that, 1 death. Those are per week, and so it's gone down significantly. Each one of those lives matter, and I'm not trying to minimize that, but I also want to make sure we acknowledge that the risk has gone down significantly, but we are still living with a lot of these mitigation measures and safety measures, and as quickly as they came about, I really think that they should start to be phased out here, and I'm hopeful that the state is hearing that and that they will send down those guidelines, because Ms. Strickland, I don't want to wear this mask either, but I am law-abiding, and that is the law for in my role as an employer at the county. And so I don't have that choice without putting the county at serious financial risk because as an employer and putting the employees that we have at potentially at risk legally. I agree with the science that you agree with on this, that it is a minute risk, but it's one that I have to take seriously as a fiduciary in this county. So that's where I stand on it. I believe I was looking for a motion potentially.
Make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So I believe this time we are going to take a short or a half an hour lunch break and be back at 1 for our next item, which is Item D2, which is the MECOs, for those who are concerned about that issue. Welcome back. The next item is departmental item number 2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from Public Health. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance amending Santa Barbara County Code Chapter 16 to authorize micro enterprise home kitchen operations.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I'm Vaughn Do Reynoso, Public Health Director. And with me this afternoon is Lars Seifert, our Environmental Health Services Director. Mr. Seifert will be presenting an update on the microenterprise home kitchen and our outreach efforts to engage the community these past few months. Lars?
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. We're returning to the board today to report back on the additional public outreach, as Dr. Do Reynoso mentioned, on the public outreach conducted by Environmental Health Services on microenterprise home kitchen operations. This was an effort to answer community questions that were raised at your March 9th hearing. And I've prepared a presentation today that highlights these discussions and will be recommending the board take final action on the ordinance prepared by Environmental Health Services at your prior direction. As a recap for those members of the public that may be attending today's meeting, in 2018, the California legislature approved Assembly Bill 626, making microenterprise home kitchen operations, or MICOs as we refer to them, a permissible home-based food business option in the state, which is subject to a local decision. Counties that wish to allow MICOs within their jurisdictions can opt in by resolution or by adopting a local ordinance. An ordinance has been prepared by the board for consideration that would allow Environmental Health Services to issue health permits for qualified MICOs in Santa Barbara County, including within all incorporated cities. The ordinance would also adopt the Associated State Retail Food Code by reference as part of the proposed amendments to the Santa Barbara County Code. Next slide, please. Since the board's last hearing on this item, EHS has conducted 3 additional public outreach meetings, including a business-focused Chamber of Commerce sponsored event on April 19th. And I just want to briefly thank the chambers for sponsoring that event and inviting Environmental Health Services to participate in that discussion. EHS was also available to answer questions about MICOs at a Sanitation Agency Managers Association meeting in April. And these outreach efforts were designed to share information about MICOs and to answer questions about food safety requirements and other restrictions that would be placed on MICOs to minimize potential neighborhood impacts. Invited participants included the general community, interested MICO operators, restaurant owners, and city and county government agencies. A narrated stakeholder presentation with video was also posted to our website in English and Spanish for those who were unable to attend the meetings. Next slide, please. At these stakeholder outreach meetings, EHS found it helpful for the participants to understand the wide variety of food sale or preparation activities that may be permitted at a MICO. Examples of home-based food businesses that EHS has received inquiries about throughout the county include the following. A local farmer who wants to offer educational cooking classes and tasting events using his specialty produce. An entrepreneur who wants to try testing out their restaurant idea before signing the lease on a brick and mortar restaurant. A personal chef interested in preparing nutritious meals for senior citizens. Cottage food operators who would like to expand their menus to include wedding cakes, filled donuts, or cupcakes with cream cheese frosting. Families who want to make and sell pumpkin pies, tamales, and other specialty foods during the holidays. A couple who wants to host cooking classes and a supper club at their home once or twice a month. Church members who would like to prepare meals at home to deliver to people experiencing hunger or homelessness. And a home cook who would like to make takeout meals for neighbors, including packed lunches for farm workers. These types of home-based food businesses could be permitted as microenterprise home kitchen operations, but are currently not allowed to operate within the county under current rules. Next slide, please. As intended by the state legislation, MICOs would expand home-based business opportunities, particularly for those who may lack access to capital or face other barriers to entry into the formal economy, such as child or elder care responsibilities in a home setting. MICOs may also serve to increase community access to healthy food, such as for individuals who live in housing without cooking options, nearby grocery stores or restaurants, or through charitable feeding programs. However, also in recognition that MICOs would be operated by a resident in a private home, there are several notable food safety and business limitations that brick and mortar restaurants are not otherwise subject to. For instance, MICOs may not have more than one full-time employee from outside the household, and food must be prepared, cooked, and served on the same day. There are also limits on sales. A microenterprise home kitchen operation is limited to a maximum of 30 meals per day, or no more than 60 per week, and which is about 10 per day, 6 days a week, but no more than 30 at a peak for at least 2 days of that week. EHS also can further limit these amounts based on what can be safely prepared and served from the home kitchen. MICOs can also not sell more than $50,000 of food each year and need to keep records of their sales. Food prepared in a home kitchen must be consumed on-site, picked up, or delivered directly to the customer by the MICO business. There's no catering or resale allowed, and meals cannot be sold from food trucks or carts. Third-party delivery services such as Uber Eats, Postmates, or DoorDash would also not be allowed for home kitchen meal deliveries. Next slide, please. If authorized, MICOs would be subject to an annual health permit, similar to restaurants, as well as an initial plan review and inspection of the home kitchen by EHS to ensure it be able to operate safely and in compliance with the law. The MICO operator must also demonstrate that he or she has obtained the necessary food safety manager certification and food handler's card, similar to the food safety education requirement for restaurant staff. MICOs would be inspected annually by EHS, just like restaurants are, and more frequent inspections would occur if there were complaints or concerns about food safety or other business practices being conducted that were restricted by state law, such as the limits on sales or advertising. Complaint referrals by local code enforcement agencies would be investigated by EHS to assess whether the MICO was operating in accordance with its health permit. And the consequences of not doing so would include the loss of a health permit or closure of a microenterprise home kitchen, similar to the enforcement options available for restaurants and their annual health permits as well. Since EHS is a fee-for-service regulatory agency, a new annual health permit was also established at a rate of $391 to recover the full anticipated cost of EHS oversight and staff time needed to implement this program. This fee is set at the equivalent rate as a equivalently sized restaurant. So they also pay an annual health permit fee that's similar to this. So next slide, please. Can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. So during the public outreach meetings, we found that frequently asked questions have primarily focused on four key areas: food safety, community and neighborhood impacts, and whether residential infrastructure will support safe operation of MICOs in a private residence. First, considering food safety, the primary charge and responsibility of Environmental Health Services. Permitting MICOs in Santa Barbara County would ensure home chefs meet the same food safety training requirements as chefs in commercial kitchens. Prior to issuing a permit to operate, EHS would also inspect the proposed MICO to ensure the operator could safely prepare and serve their planned menu. A MICO would need to demonstrate in a written operations plan their intended hours of operation, the types of food that would be sold or donated, and how the food would be safely stored or refrigerated. Second, community impacts. Local cities and brick and mortar businesses have expressed concerns to Environmental Health Services about the potential impacts of MICOs on local government agency resources and businesses. While AB 626 does not limit the number of MICOs that could operate within various cities or in the unincorporated county, It is helpful for context to compare Santa Barbara County with other nearby counties that have already authorized MECOs to assess the scope of potential community impacts. Riverside County, for instance, has a population of approximately 5 times the size of Santa Barbara County. They have currently permitted about 100 MECOs located across 24 different cities. In the city of Riverside itself, which is about 3 times the size of Santa Maria, there are 19 MECOs currently operating. Imperial County, another county that was an early adopter of MECOs, has about 16 MECOs permitted in their county. Based on these numbers, and Imperial County is a population of about half of Santa Barbara County. Based on these numbers and feedback that we've received from both Imperial and Riverside counties, community impacts would likely be limited in scope, and EHS, we've evaluated and we have the necessary staff to conduct the inspections that would be required and to enforce MECO requirements countywide. Third, considering neighborhood impacts. While MECOs are considered a residential use for purposes of city or county's building and zoning requirements, they are not exempt from other local or state licensing or sales tax that may be applicable to a home-based business. State law has also incorporated several elements that are designed to reduce the impacts of MECOs on neighborhoods. In addition to the strictly limited number of meals that may be sold or donated by a MECO, they can also not advertise at the property, and they must comply with local ordinances such as those that limit noise, parking, and trash. Other restrictions would prohibit cooking or food preparation inside garages, backyard sheds, or other types of buildings that may be unsafe. MECOs cannot slaughter or butcher animals in their home or make dairy products such as cheese or ice cream. And they may also not serve alcohol or allow customers to bring their own alcohol on to be consumed on the premise unless they have the appropriate licenses from the state's Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. Finally, the fourth area is related to infrastructure. MECOs are subject to residential potable water, building, sewer, and fire protection standards for a private residence. As part of our oversight, EHS will coordinate with other local agencies to provide appropriate education and information about the disposal of fats, oils, and greases from the home, fire safety, or other building permit requirements. This may include establishing best management practices for MECOs to control fats, oils, and greases, as specifically requested by the Carpinteria Sanitary District, along with notification to wastewater utilities when MECOs are permitted, so they are aware of where these are located for potential evaluation of impacts to sewer systems. We anticipate these actions will be supported and also help sanitary districts mitigate potential impacts to their sewer systems. Additionally, during inspections, EHS will be evaluating the MECO's home kitchen equipment to ensure that it supports safe food preparation and that barbecues and wood-fired ovens are located in an area that does not create a fire hazard. Next slide, please. It should also be noted that EHS does already permit and inspect a variety of home-based kitchen operations countywide, such as cottage food operations and bed and breakfasts. Cottage food operations, for example, are able to prepare low-risk food for direct and indirect sale from a home kitchen. There's approximately 292 of these permitted locally in Santa Barbara County at this time, with 39 of them being annually inspected. And so environmental health is capable and aware of how to manage these home-based kitchen operations at this point. Several of these businesses, just note, have also graduated to commercial retail food or wholesale business models after achieving success as a startup cottage food operation. If the Board of Supervisors approves MECOs today, this ordinance, it would add an additional home-based business opportunity for aspiring local entrepreneurs. It would provide a pathway for home kitchen operations to operate legally and safely, and would be supportive of food safety for community members that these businesses serve. Next slide, please. To enact the proposed ordinance authorizing microenterprise home kitchen operations in Santa Barbara County, EHS staff recommends the board take the following action items. First, consider and approve the adoption, second reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 16, Article 3, entitled County Retail Food Code into the Santa Barbara County Code. And secondly, find that the ordinance is exempt from secret review and direct staff to file a notice of exemption. The ordinance itself would take effect 30 days following this action, and EHS would be prepared to implement the permitting provisions of the MECO ordinance at that time. Roughly about mid-June is when that would take effect. Next slide, please. We'd like to thank you for your time today, and we are certainly available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seifert. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lars, I have a question about enforcement. So I'm curious how this works with, well, let's just take the existing, the way it's working right now. I'm getting feedback. That's hard to deal with. Is it okay now? Okay. So in today's world, let's talk about inside the cities. So for example, City of Santa Maria. So is it their code enforcement, or is it our environmental health that is out looking for folks that are doing this unpermitted at this point? How does that all shake out?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. Currently in the City of Santa Maria, the City of Santa Maria Code Enforcement is the initial enforcement agency that would respond to complaints such as, an inappropriate or unpermitted activity within a residence of the city. Those are then referred over to the Public Health Department, Environmental Health Services, and our then next action would be to proceed with directing that operator to cease operations because they were unpermitted retail food operations. If MECOs were a permitted activity, then there's also additional opportunities for enforcement under unfair business practices and other aspects that are currently not in place because they're not a permitted activity. So that would be another tool that potentially the county would have at some point in time if they were operating an unpermitted business. Currently, the approach would be to direct them to cease operations, and violations of the California Retail Food Code are a misdemeanor offense.
So do you have any idea, historically, over the last year is a little difficult because of COVID, but how many of these get referred to EHS from the different cities currently?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, I don't have that number for you today. However, it is a very, very small number, probably only a handful of complaints that are referred over to Public Health Department from the cities.
Okay. So the other thing I'm struggling with is how this pays for itself. So if the permit's like $390, and then I know that there's some other things they have to do to get approved.
Yeah.
But the annual permit's $390, and you said in the city of Riverside, I thought you said it was there's 19 or 20 of them. So that's only really generating $7,500. So how does that pay for anybody to go out and actually do these things?
Supervisor Levin, I think that's the challenge of any local enforcement agency when there's not a revenue, given that we're a regulatory permit, driven agency. Currently, because there's no annual health permit revenue coming in, obviously the resources for conducting that enforcement is very limited. With the annual permit fee, basically that's been established to then also account for some staffing time associated with enforcement follow-up as well. So that would be the additional revenue to cover hopefully the services of both permitting and any necessary enforcement action associated with it.
All right. Thank you very much, Lars.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Any other supervisors with questions? Supervisor Hart.
All right, first I just want to compliment Mr. Seifert on a really exceptionally clear and to the point staff presentation. That was really excellent. We got a letter from an insurance broker who alleges that it'd be very difficult to insure these kind of operations. I know that's not really the county's responsibility, but I wonder if you have any insight into that issue.
Supervisor Williams, at Environmental Health Services, I don't have any comments to respond to that. We don't deal with the insurance aspects. I don't know if County Council has any comments that they'd like to provide.
Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair and Supervisors, I've looked at the letter and I don't have any comments other than it's a broad market out there. So I don't know whether that's a universal truth or limited to a particular area of the insurance business.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if Supervisor Hart doesn't mind, I'll follow up on that. And just, I guess the question is it possible for us, or is it a requirement that we require MECOs to have insurance? Is that something that could be a part of the ordinance? I don't know who that question's for, whether it's for Mr. Seifert or Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair and Supervisors, I think this is an area where the board, as the governing body of the Public Health Department, has broad discretion at the top of this issue, which is go or no go for authorizing microenterprise home kitchen operations. After that, and that's under one portion of the Health and Safety Code, after that, your discretion is very limited, including unable to impose any other restriction. So it really is a classic opt-in or don't opt-in with no ability to really change that framework.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gazzoni. Supervisor Hart, any additional?
I guess maybe just to that point, perhaps in the training and education portion of this effort, the Environmental Health Services could at least point that issue out to the operators and say, you know, this is something that's important and that you should shop aggressively for getting insurance coverage.
Supervisor Lavanino.
One more question then for Mr. Gazzoni. So when you say opt-in or opt-out, so there's really no provision that the county would be able to opt in, like in the unincorporated area, but not in the incorporated?
Chair and Supervisors, that's correct. It is for the entire county area with no ability to sliver, for example, unincorporated from particular cities with a yes/no.
Any other supervisors have any questions? Seeing none, I have a couple additional questions. Mr. Seifert, on slide number 3, if we can go back to that slide and add the examples of MECOs. I was somewhat troubled by this slide that it seems to imply a couple hosting cooking classes and a supper club at their home, or church members preparing meals for people experiencing homelessness, that somehow would require a permit. And could you speak to that? Because I wouldn't consider those activities necessary to have a permit.
Supervisor, Chair Nelson, to your question, I think I'll start with the most important one and probably the most poignant, the church members preparing meals. There are some provisions for limited service charitable feeding operations in which a church can prepare meals at a church kitchen, provided there's some safe guardrails in place. It's mainly a sort of a reheat and of prepared meals for service to those experiencing houselessness. They would not be able to have someone prepare meals in their home kitchen, bring them, and then basically take them to a homeless community or distribute those in a charitable feeding operations. That is currently not allowed under the California Retail Food Code. With respect to the couple hosting cooking classes in a supper club at their home, again, this gets into a question of whether it is a retail versus a private function. Private functions, just for clarity, are not subject to the California Retail Food Code and regulation. However, if it is a business activity in which they basically have paying members or a club, sort of situation in which people are paying for that service, then there is a provision there's provisions in the California Retail Food Code to require permitting, and that it's overseen so that food is safe that's being prepared to the public.
So going back to the church, I guess that's where I'm, the retail component of a church. I don't imagine any church is going to be charging for those meals, so that would still require a permit?
Yeah, it actually requires if food is donated to the public, there's also that requirement to have a permit and that it's prepared safely. So it's given to the public, prepared and given to the public, or sold to the public.
So given or sold, there's no distinction there.
No.
I think that's significant overreach, but I guess that might be the law that we're faced with. Currently, my understanding is that we're not issuing temporary food licenses. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair Nelson.
So how's that different? Why is that unsafe, but Amico would be safe to move forward during the pandemic?
Chair Nelson, members of the board, I think the distinction here is that the temporary food facility permit limitation right now is associated with community events and restrictions on state guidance to hold those community events. We are hoping that we can get additional state guidance to allow and begin permitting temporary food facilities in the near future. We are actively engaging the state on that issue. The church then is sort of a separate question, and that is not restricted currently by COVID, but then would be actually those restrictions be within the California Retail Food Code specifically.
Okay, and I am also intrigued by the letter by the insurance agent. I believe that if we're supposed to be looking at these MECOs and trying to protect the public, that would be a significant piece of it that might be missing under the current ordinance. So I guess it's more for comments for later. But thank you, Mr. Seifert. I believe we have quite a few public speakers. If there's no additional questions from my colleagues, I'd like to go to public comment.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have 17 requests to speak and 14 are currently logged into our Zoom meeting. So if you are a member of the public and you have registered to provide public comment on departmental item number 2, Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen, please log in now to do so.
All right, Madam Clerk. Oh, yeah.
And we will begin with Andy Caldwell to be followed by Peter Reddick.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, Andy Caldwell, representing CoLab. I think that the staff presentation that not too many people would apply for this cuts both ways. If not too many people would apply, why bother risking the impacts to the sewer and to neighborhoods and public health for unlicensed food service businesses, because they would be unlicensed or uninsured anyway. Excuse me for that. The other thing about enforcement, they're not enforcing it right now. The mayor of Santa Maria and others have testified that their code enforcement officers are having to go after these people all the time, and the public health department is scarcely lifting a finger to help them. So they already have MECOs and they're not enforcing it. The other point is food safety is food safety. Why do they require certain things in commercial kitchens but not in these home kitchens? If it's science-based, then there's a risk there of not having a commercial grade kitchen. The other thing that we just can't fathom, and I say this in all sincerity, we can't fathom that your board shut down events and you shut down vacation rentals when most of that thing is built around food. It's not the sleeping arrangements, it's the party. So you'd shut down events and ordinance and the vacation rentals because of impacts to neighborhoods, but then you would license a business. Do you know how easy it would be to get around the $50,000 annual food limit on income? The bottom line, getting to Supervisor Lavanino's point, this is going to impact cities, and the county's not going to be there for $300 a year. More importantly, this department is 100% fee funded. So what they don't get out of these home-based kitchens, other businesses are going to be supplementing and augmenting this budget. So in essence, you're going to charge a restaurant extra money so that you can give their competition basically a free ride. Again, neighborhood impacts are neighborhood impacts. Food safety science is food safety science. We don't support this. We're all for entrepreneurialism, but not with this kind of unlevel playing field and risk to public health. It absolutely makes no sense. And again, if there's not very many people to apply, why bother, especially when a couple of city councils have said we don't want this. You need to be there to serve the cities, not lord it over them.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll go ahead and close public comment. We have quite a few speakers lining up and want to make sure everybody gets a proper amount of time to speak on this.
We will now go to Peter Ruddock, to be followed by Mayor Alice Patino of Santa Maria.
Mr. Ruddock, when you're ready.
Mr. Ruddock, it appears you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you. If you are providing comments.
Hello.
Now we can. Thank you.
Oh,
Please proceed.
I think I'm live. Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Peter Ruddock. I am the policy director for the Cook Alliance. Were the sponsors of AB 626 and the co-sponsors of AB 377, along with author Assemblyman Garcia in the state legislature. We are big supporters of small food businesses. We started out as supporters particularly of Mikos and home cooks, but we support all independent businesses. We are co-sponsors of the current Bill AB 1144 to expand cottage food. We are great fans and supporters of local independent restaurants, whom we don't think there is much competition for in Mikos. Some, obviously. I'm not going to repeat everything I put in my letter. I want to address a couple of issues. One is regarding insurance. It's an interesting statement because cottage food operators, of which there are thousands, I've never heard who's had a problem getting insurance. And the couple of hundred Mikos in the counties that are permitting them now are not having problems either. This is a very insurable business in my experience. The thing I particularly would like to address today has to do with the city code enforcement. Something that is a real concern, something that we take seriously, but I think the opponents of this are misanalyzing the problem, and they're afraid of a certain amount of change. We can break down the Mikos into three groups. There are the ones who aren't cooking yet because they won't do anything illegal. They're the ones who will first apply for a permit. They are not intentionally going to be a nuisance. They're going to be correctable if they're accidentally a nuisance. There are those who are working currently who would like to have a permit and for some reason go anyway. And they too will get education when they get a permit, and they will be correctable in their nuisance issues. There is a group who doesn't care about a permit now, won't care about one in the future, will keep cooking with or without a law. Prohibition as a way to address these concerns never works. If we prohibit the two well-behaved groups, we will bias in favor of the group that is less well-behaved. It is better to regulate, educate, and correct. In fact, what we're seeing, and there isn't much change in code enforcement costs, period, but there is a slight decrease in cost in the cities in Riverside and other counties because there are more well-behaved people. As I said, we're strong proponents of this. We applaud Santa Barbara for coming so far. We strongly encourage you to adopt the ordinance and to create a more resilient local food economy and a stronger community in your county. Thank you.
We will now go to Mayor Alice Patino to be followed by Akshay Prabhu.
Madam Mayor, when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to urge you not to approve the ordinance allowing the micro enterprise home kitchen operations. You know, I've been in business in this town for over 30 years, and I know and I support entrepreneurs, but I think people have their head in the sky if they think that this is what this is all about. The EPA codified the Code of Federal Regulations controlling the fats, oils, and grease in public-owned treatment plants, which our wastewater plant and sewer collection system gets there. The discharges from the food establishments requiring each public-owned treatment plant to control the pollutants. This is not going to be required for the MECOs. The most common cause of the blockages are from grease, and that's like 47%, from grease from restaurants, homes, and industrial resources. The EPA is not going to come after the homeowner or the resident, but they will come after the city of Santa Maria for the violation. We have so many old sewer lines in the city right now, we can't even build in some places because the dense housing, the lines couldn't handle the capacity. The pre-treatment program, which we are required to have and have implemented, and which we now inspect commercial programs, we know there are kitchens out there going on, and we can tell from the backups in the high-density areas. Now we will not be able to regulate, causing more sewer backups in our highest density areas. When the sewer lines back up, we have residents and homes that are affected. These also occur in apartments. The woman that said that she cooks for homeless or for people who can't cook for themselves, I do that all the time with our Rotary group. I do it with Good Samaritan Shelter. Our H2A housing, they are required to provide food for their farm workers. And we have many charitable groups that do the same thing. On the clean water side, a backflow valve is required in many businesses, and restaurants being one, to protect our water. And we will not have the ability to check for backflow valves. Are you aware how this affects our city water? We recently passed an ordinance regulating mobile car washes just to protect the water that goes down the storm drains. Water is a prized commodity in our county. We've asked public health on many instances. A lot of the time, the stuff doesn't get to public health because our own code enforcement takes care of it, because public health has not responded in the city of Santa Maria numerous times. We have corn vendors out here they've not responded to. And some of those cans of these corn vendors carry the corn in have been found to have urine in them. Now, when this comes down as a mandate, and you all know because you're sitting there, you've been on councils, this is a burden on our taxpayers because mandates without resources, and that's exactly what it's going to be, because it's going to be a big hit on our code compliance people. This is not really necessary. Why are we being the guinea pigs? We don't know the effect of it really until we have the whole problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
And what is the urgency? There is no urgency to do this. There's no economic urgency, and there is no food urgency now that restaurants can reopen. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We will now go to Akshay Prabhu to be followed by Alvin Salehi.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having me. My name's Akshay Prabhu, and I am a home cook and activist, and I've had the privilege over the last 2 years of working with home cooks in the Riverside program. And just wanted to, comment on a few things that the mayor said that, we've had over 2 years of data from Riverside County, which is on the public record, that there has been zero increase in, sewage block-up due to these MECO operations. This is just the data from another county. In addition to that, these vendors are all being trained and certified food managers, just like any other restaurateur with a week-long training and certification course. The main measure of prevention at the end of the day is education. You can't stop someone from pouring something down the drain, but you can tell them that that's a bad thing to do. This is more training than any of the other homes in the county have really gotten so far. So, it's a great preventative measure to provide public knowledge and education. Second, I wanted to address the taxpayer burden aspect. Each one of these MECOs is an official business being issued a business license from the city. So, they pay sales tax and they report to the CDTFA. A lot of these vendors want to be legitimate businesses. It's really hard. There's very little lack of commercial kitchen space, and it cost over $300,000 to start a brick and mortar. And so this is a great stepping stone and an opportunity. You can see this as almost a small business loan to support a lot of mom and pop restaurants. A number of the restaurants that we've gotten to work with in Southern California are actually small restaurateurs that, needed to start over with, lower overhead. So, it's a really great way to spur small business and increase opportunity. And, these cooks, at the end of the day, they are the face of their business. They're putting a lot of love and care into what they're doing. And we've seen zero food safety illness reports to date. And, this can really come from the fact that they are owning their business. If someone gets sick, it's their bottom line that's going to be affected. And so, Santa Barbara would be following in the footsteps of, this is Alameda County has passed as well as 7 other counties within the state. And, there's legislation in Utah and Washington state going as well. So, this is a program that's being widely considered and accepted, and Santa Barbara can be at the forefront of this in, really doing something that's really great for home cooks. And I'll let the rest of my time go. But thank you all for being here and considering this.
We will now go to Alvin Salehi, to be followed by Terry Strickland.
Thank you so much for your time today. And I appreciate all of the words that Akshay said as well. And I completely agree with his testimony as well. My name is Alvin Salehi. I previously served as a White House policymaker under President Obama, and I'm now the co-founder of Chef, which is a homemade food community that's working hard to help put people back to work after the pandemic. I'm testifying today in strong support of allowing microenterprise home kitchen operations in Santa Barbara County. Frankly, implementing these operations, in my opinion, is incredibly important and also means a lot to me personally. I, just by way of background, grew up in a motel in Southern California. My parents immigrated from Iran in the 1970s, and they worked incredibly hard, like many immigrants, to build a better life for their children. They actually used to run a restaurant when I was a kid. But as many of you can imagine, on a good day, they were barely able to break even. The commercial overhead costs were just way too high. And ultimately, they had to shut down the restaurant. And it was such a painful experience for our family. I remember wishing there was something we could have done to help them avoid that outcome. And frankly, it's clear that if MECOs had existed back then, it could have changed their lives forever. Candidly, I'd venture to say that this is a lifeline. As we all know, the need for economic opportunity is more pressing now than it's ever been, particularly for communities of color who've been disproportionately impacted by COVID. As far as our platform is concerned, 92% of the cooks that we're working with are people of color, and 83% are women. And some of the stories of our cooks, quite honestly, are heartbreaking. We have a cook in California who hasn't had a job in 4 years and has 2 kids at home. And with the money she's earned selling homemade food, she's been able to pay off all her debts. Another cook was laid off during the pandemic, like many folks. But when she started selling her food, she was able to afford a haircut, something as basic as a haircut, for the first time in 6 months. And finally, we had a cook who brought me to tears a couple months ago. She was facing homelessness following the pandemic, like many people have. But with the money she earned selling food, she was able to make rent and avoid being put out on the streets. The final thing that I'll say here is, we all know that selling home-cooked food has actually been happening informally for a long time through Facebook Marketplace, Instagram, Craigslist, WhatsApp, Nextdoor. But these are operations that aren't being regulated. So for those of you who are concerned about food safety, please hear me when I say this. Introducing and implementing well-informed regulations is actually safer than doing nothing at all and allowing unregulated home cooking to continue in its current form. We want to work together with you to help lift home cooks out of the shadows and actually give them the opportunity to feed their communities legally and safely. And honestly, if not now, I'm not sure when. Chair Nelson, you said it best when you mentioned overreach. The fact that individuals aren't even able to donate food to people in need is a clear signal that we need to do something. And I think we can all agree that your constituents desperately need help after the pandemic. And I really believe that we need to come together as a community to help put people back to work. So my sincere thanks to Chair Nelson and all of the esteemed supervisors for taking the time to consider this today. Allowing microenterprise home kitchen operations in Santa Barbara County can be incredibly impactful and help so many people. And I really appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you.
And I wish you all continued health and safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Strickland, to be followed by Roberta Thompson.
Chair Nelson and board members, the purpose of this bill, and I quote, according to the author, many of his constituents had expressed their concerns and frustrations trying to work in compliance with the existing overly complicated cottage food laws. The author states that this measure aims to knock down barriers and expand opportunities for marginalized populations who often lack access to the professional food world, end quote. No one knows better than current business owners that government regulations are difficult, expensive, and overly complicated. But here's the thing. When this bill passed the state legislature, it had substantial opposition, and for good reasons. The California State Association of Counties, Urban Counties of California, Rural County Representatives of California, County Health Executives Association of California, and Health Officers Association of California, some and all of these groups that our county belongs to, all oppose this bill because of concerns about the preparation of potentially hazardous foods in home kitchens. These opponents stated that when food is purchased by the public, they expect it has been prepared within a legal framework to prevent pathogens. Additionally, they argued that this bill broadens the existing cottage food law in a way that would put the public at risk. Furthermore, the operation of these enterprises in residential neighborhoods raises a host of other issues. Some of you've already heard: trash, parking, noise, wastewater, septic sizing, American with Disabilities Act, insurance issues. As far as insurance, the county may not be concerned about insurance, but if you okay this, the folks may not that you let have these MECOs may not be able to acquire insurance, or worse, if I'm a landlord and a tenant opens a restaurant in my property I own, my insurance company may not insure me. And honestly, you need to answer to your constituents, not out-of-town activists. But here's a solution. Why not encourage these home chefs to rent space in a commercial kitchen or restaurant, as has been done for decades? With the last year being so devastating to the restaurant industry, there are probably many of them that could use the extra money by renting out their kitchens when not in use by them. Many restaurants are now closed 1 or 2 days a week, a perfect opportunity for a home chef to come into a licensed, clean facility and prepare their food. A win-win for both. I would encourage you not to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland.
We will now go to Roberta Thompson, to be followed by Tracy Baird.
Good afternoon. My name is Roberta Thompson, and I live in the Santa Maria city limits. I am the Santa Barbara County lead for the advocacy group Cook Alliance. I encourage Santa Barbara County to opt into AB 626. My personal plan is to cook nutritious meals for senior citizens who live in local mobile home parks. Many of these folks are unable to cook for themselves. Meals will be personally delivered to these residents by me. The name of the business will be called Chef's Pick of the Day. If permitted, the county will help to build healthy, resilient communities and create economic opportunities for the people who need them the most. Cooks from underserved communities, primarily women, immigrants, and people of color, can now use their skills to generate extra income or incubate a new food enterprise. Without the fear of fines, many existing home cooks will now be able to openly access business education and training on safe food handling practices. Finally, if permitted, this will help consumers and improve public health standards. Home food operations must be inspected by local health inspectors, and operators must follow a set of health, training, and sanitation standards just like any other food facility. For these reasons, I support the implementation of AB 626 in our county. Thank you for your leadership in helping bring this opportunity to cooks and their communities.
We will now go to Tracy Baird to be followed by D. Carisosa.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and supervisors. The Southern Chamber of Commerce is opposing the micro enterprise home kitchen operation known as MICOS ordinance being considered by the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. The reason for opposing this ordinance is local city impacts, impact to local service to each community on wastewater treatment service centers to our community. Sewer has no fire suppression required or requirements to mitigate the increase of grease production, which will increase a greater risk of fires and sewer overflows. We have an EPA standard right now that says restaurants must discharge fats, oils, and grease. It is a national EPA that was talked about earlier. It's called the National Pre-Treatment Program. We ask that we follow this. I ask you there for an environmental impact report to our community. How is this terminated exemption from our CEQA in Section B that you explained to the public? Please explain why we don't have to have a CEQA within this community. Strict guidelines, regulations, cost to the existing restaurants. Restaurants are not afraid of competition. They're worried about safety. We follow strict safety. The health departments fined in Santa Barbara County during the pandemic, loss of thousands of dollars. We have protocols on safety and customer. Unlike any other MECO operator, how do we know they're throwing the food out? How do we know that when it was prepared? We don't know these things, and you're not there to monitor these, I want to say, new restaurants or micro restaurants. City enforcement. This is a big impact to our gated communities, beachfront communities, to our local neighborhoods. Cities are required to spend so much more money than we have. And right now, we all know our city's been impacted everywhere. This is a definite public health outcry to say, please, we really want you to make sure you table this vote and you look at this very differently. I have talked with our local resources. We have example, Buellton Senior Center. Pam Nikos can offer a commercial kitchen to teach. We have Alan Hancock, SBC City College. We have churches that just became local certified commercial kitchens in our community that are willing to help to feed the poor. We know this is a problem. I can tell you, coming from the restaurant business at Marriott, when poor habits are already taught, they will never make them better. And that. So I just say to you, very much consider the impact to your communities, very much so. And we need to say, stop this. I respect every one of you.
Thank you, Ms. Baird. That is your time.
We will now go to D. Kari Sosa to be followed by Xenia Bradford.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and board members. I'm here just to speak briefly on the availability of commercial kitchens and finding those available. I've gone through the process, and fortunately, I was lucky enough to find a commercial kitchen. And I have been able to, and since day one, have insurance through a company that provides for caterers. There's so much need for people who are underprivileged and just don't have that option to feed themselves, that it was really great to be able to start a business and do it from home until we were able to find the commercial kitchens again. But just to say, it was really difficult, and I want to support everybody who is continuing to try to do that. And maybe if the commercial kitchens would put something up where they could show a local availability, that might help. And then again, just information on where to obtain insurance, because in fact, it is out there. It's just a matter of knowing the path to get there. And maybe that's just a good education for everybody. And again, this is coming from somebody who went through the process and started it even before the pandemic, and just the difficulty in finding that on my own. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Xenia Bradford to be followed by Griffin Hall.
Can hear me, and I'm city manager with the City of Solvang. I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Solvang Council. You should have received a letter from the council in opposition of the microenterprise home kitchen operations. The City Council has a number of concerns. The City of Solvang is very dependent on tourism economy, and our number one concern is support of existing infrastructure and our existing restaurants. The feel and look of the neighborhoods is also very important. We believe that this would be undue hardship imposed on the city, that you should not be opting into this ordinance. We also are concerned with code enforcement efforts, that this would all fall onto the city rather than the county, and the cities are really more impacted by this ordinance than unincorporated area. We think that enforcement will be almost impossible, and this regulation is unnecessary. Other concerns are also with the sewer collection system and the negative impact. The home enterprise home kitchen operations would have a definite negative impact on our sewer collection system, lift stations, and wastewater treatment plant. Restaurants in town must have grease interceptors, which prevent the majority of the fats, oils, and grease they generate from reaching the sewer system and wastewater treatment plant. Fog creates big problems in our sewer collection system, lift stations, and wastewater treatment plant. Commercial home kitchen operations will generate significant amounts of fog without having grease interceptors. This will create significant additional work in cleaning our sewer lines and lift stations and treatment problems at wastewater treatment plant. Other concerns are with the fact that Health and Safety Code section 11367.1 provides that MECO is subject to all of the applicable requirements of the California Retail Food Code, but then goes on to list 25 provisions from which MECO are exempt. 21 of these 25 provisions that MECO do not need to follow have to do with ensuring health and safety of the customers and employees of establishment. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
We will now go to Griffin Hall to be followed by Isaac O'Leary.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate you hearing my perspective on this issue. I urge you to pass this measure because it is very near and dear to my heart. I grew up in Santa Maria, attended Santa Maria High School, class of 2011. Now I live in Santa Barbara. I work on a local exotic fruit ranch. So I've seen a lot of different kinds of people who are foodies, from wealthy families to poor families, and food is a uniting factor in this community. I think that having home restaurants encourages people who normally don't have the capital to start restaurants to follow their dreams and to become involved and do something that gives pride for themselves and their community. It's a way to engage young entrepreneurs and to foster economic growth. I don't think it will be a competition for the restaurant industry because people are looking for a variety of experiences when dining out. I think that the same kind of people who go to restaurants will also frequent home restaurants, and they can develop an appreciation of both. I would just like to say that my friend Gabriella from high school, her mother made the best tamales in Santa Maria, and she always wanted to be a home cook, but she had to work in the fields and she didn't have enough money to start her own restaurant. I'm sure there are thousands of these stories across the county and across the state of people who are looking to follow their dreams. And especially coming off of a pandemic, we need to give them opportunities to follow their dreams, to put pride into their community. So again, I urge you to pass this measure. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
We will now go to Isaac O'Leary to be followed by Roya Bagheri.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Thank you so much for holding this vote today and for listening to our public comments. My name is Isaac O'Leary, and through our organization, foodnome.com, we have supported more than 100 chefs through getting their MICOs in Riverside County and have seen the unbelievable positive impacts of the MICO program firsthand. I'm here today to urge you to vote yes and permit MICOs in Santa Barbara County today. I'd like to start off by addressing a few points for those opposing these permits. You know, it's been cited repeatedly that these home kitchens will be, the death of restaurants teetering on failure post-pandemic. I would counter to that point by saying home kitchens are not the enemy of the restaurant industry. They are an accessible entry point for everyday citizens of Santa Barbara County to test their food service concept and eventually achieve their dreams of building a brick and mortar restaurant here in Santa Barbara County. An opposition letter states that 1 in 6 independent restaurants have closed since COVID. What better way to help these food professionals get back on their feet than allowing them to apply their culinary expertise from their home kitchen? Multiple chefs I've worked with in getting their MICOs in Riverside have secured investors and grants to build their brick and mortar restaurants only because of their MICO. Some of these very same chefs will have their grand opening this summer. To the opponents of MICOs citing health and safety concerns, I respond with the fact that the MICO program is not new. And in fact, we have actual numbers on this program's implementation in Riverside County that prove its safety. After more than 100 chefs have been permitted and more than 50,000 meals sold, there have been 0 foodborne illness cases from permitted MICOs to date, nor any food safety complaints. These cooks are the face of their business, serving food made with the same care that they are serving their families. Additionally, they are serving from their homes. If having your customers know where you live isn't an incentive for maintaining public safety, I don't know what is. Regarding infrastructure and nuisance complaints, these MICO cooks have every incentive for proper grease disposal. A chef will have their own home sewage system destroyed long before there are any impacts on public sewers. MICOs are actually required to submit their standard operating procedures for health department review, including a plan for grease disposal. I can assure you, as I've seen with my own eyes, that not one permitted MICO is dumping grease down their own drain. This same data from Riverside MICO rollout holds true for nuisance as well. With tens of thousands of meals sold, there have been 0 public nuisance complaints from MICOs in Riverside County. So there really won't be additional pressure on local enforcement. MICOs have been proven to be safe for public health. They have not disturbed the peace in residential neighborhoods, and they're very clearly a powerful tool for economic development in Santa Barbara County. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to extend this incredible opportunity to home cooks and low-income people of color, really, stay-at-home moms, regular folks in our working-class folks in Santa Barbara County, for whom these permits would actually be a life-changing opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
We will now go to Roya Bagheri to be followed by Marl Infanti.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, I'm an attorney and food advocate in support of the implementation of MECOS. Home cooks have long supplemented their community's access to nutritious, multicultural foods. As a part of my legal practice with the low-income community, I have been approached by a number of individuals who have been operating underground as home cooks in order to support their families, especially during this difficult economic time. These home cooks, most commonly women and people of color, are seeking the opportunity to operate their businesses legally. COVID-19 has widely impacted the food industry, and MECOs are a way for individuals to be proactive in gaining financial independence, supporting the economy, and securing health and safety standards during the pandemic. Permitted MECOs are needed now in order to aid with pandemic recovery. This permitting system will legitimize existing underground home cook operations and ensure proper food safety standards through mandatory training, inspection, and education. In fact, we have strong evidence of the potential success because there have been no reports of food safety complaints from counties that have been issuing MECO permits, as highlighted by the previous speaker. I urge you to empower the members of the Santa Barbara community and legitimize their ongoing operations by approving the adoption of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Infantí to be followed by Carlos Escobedo.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mark Infantí. I live in Solvang. I am on the city council. You've heard from our city managers a few minutes ago. I wanted to make a couple of additional comments. My concern, I am against the MECOs to start off with. Let's make that clear. Most of the comments that I've heard that are anti, I agree with. There's a couple of other comments that from a city point of view, I'm concerned with. Even Mr. Seifert said that there's going to be code enforcement in certain situations. Anytime a neighbor wants to complain, they're going to call the city. The city's going to get a code enforcement person. We are going to spend money and yet we get no revenue out of this. This is an issue from that point of view, as well as fire, safety, security, everything involved with this MECOS is going to cost my city money in order to support, and we're going to get no reimbursement for it at all. I would like to recommend that we not pass the MECOS resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Infante.
And our final speaker is Carlos Escobedo. And Carlos, if you can unmute yourself and please provide your comments. Carlos, are you available to unmute yourself?
There he is.
Hello? There we go.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilman, when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. We can hear you, Carlos. Go ahead.
Hello?
Carlos, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Carlos, are you available to unmute yourself?
There he is. Hello?
Yep. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, hello, Board of County Supervisors. My name is Carlos Escobedo. I'm City Council in the City of Santa Maria for the 1st District. And I've been looking into following this issue for the next weeks or so. And there's some concerns that I have. One, it's the part of enforcement. How will you keep track of the $50,000 limit? You mentioned that they need to share that information, but how do you do it when you pay with cash? How do you keep track that the limit of how would you keep track of everybody producing the food you said it's a limit? So that's one. And secondly, the city, this will get under, as was mentioned before, we're going to be the ones who are going to be called if somebody complains. And the third, it's the on-site consumption. So by having, as it was mentioned, a small restaurant in the neighborhood, that will bring one of the main concerns that my constituents have, that is the lack of parking. So people will be able to stay there, and then it will bring more issues. So that's that part, the on-site consumption and the enforceability, and us, the city, being the ones that will have to deal with that part, because we're the first ones they're gonna be calling. So those are my concerns, and I definitely would like to invite the board to look into those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And that was our final speaker.
All right. Back to the board. Additional comments, discussion? Supervisor
All
Lavigno.
right. Everybody waits. It pays to go last, so I will go first. Okay, here's some of the problems that I see with it. First off, I don't remember who it was, but somebody made the point that short-term rentals made us money, and we decided that those were businesses inside of neighborhoods. They were commercial entities operating in a residential zone. So we decided they were going to have some severe restrictions and rejected in many areas. This is the exact opposite, although it's similar, but we make an opposite decision. So this one costs us money. It is also a business inside a residential zone, and that's why I'm also looking at this one with a jaundiced eye. A lot of people brought up the idea that this is an avenue for people that are pulling themselves up from the bootstraps, that, as one talked about, which, by the way, your story was awesome, and I would like to meet you, the person that was raised in the motel. Talking about somebody that couldn't afford a haircut, somebody that's homeless. That person, I find it very hard to believe that that person is then going to turn around, go into our planning and development department, and spend close to $1,500 coming up with a plan review process, written standard operating procedures, and paying the $391 fee, when the penalty for not doing that is that they simply shut you down. I would venture to guess that there are hundreds of Mikos in existence in Santa Maria. I have friends that sell pies. I have friends that actually barbecue and sell it. I have friends that make cookies and those types of things. I don't see any of those people. In fact, I called a few of them. I was like, okay, I'm very curious. Because I think there is something about talking about taking people out of the shadows and making them legitimate. So I said, hey, how would you guys deal with this? What would you do? First question is, well, how much does it cost? And I'm like, well, it's $391 permit fee, $200 something other dollars here, $161 an hour for planning development to review your deal, which could take 3 or 4 hours, plus then they got to come out to your house. And they're like, well, what's the cost if I get caught doing this? I'm like, well, there really is no. They would probably shut you down at that point. First off, nobody was interested in getting involved. Number 2 was, I said, some of the other requirements are, for example, you can only make $50,000, which for them, the value wasn't that much. But like one of them told me, I mean, I've got people Venmoing me. I do everything in cash. I'm not keeping receipts, and I'm not going to go into a system that's going to kind of force me down that path. The other side of this is 85 to 90% of my district is the city of Santa Maria. They've weighed in consistently in opposition. The main thing for me is it's just not enforceable, period. There's just no way to enforce this unless we also say at budget time, we're going to set aside $500,000 to make this thing work. Uh-oh, CEO just, no, don't do that. But that's the reality. You know, the hard thing about cannabis was, I always tell people, the cannabis industry would have been very easy to regulate if there was no cannabis in existence before we started. So if we wrote an ordinance and we just said, okay, this is the way it is, and you got to start at A and you leave at Z, we would have had a super clean process. This is the same way. There's all these people already doing this activity. And now we're going to come in and go, hey, we need you guys to fall under this thing. You're going to have the dues, the people that do it, and the people that don't. And then it's, okay, is that fair? Who are you enforcing against? Who aren't you enforcing it? The same things we hear about cannabis are going to hear about this. How would you know if somebody's cooking for friends, you know, that then they collect it later? Or, I mean, it's just these layers of enforcement that just seem like impossible to track. I think most of these people are doing these things for the same thing, to make a little bit of extra money. And they're going to continue to do it regardless if we have a MECOS plan or we don't have one. I thought the insurance question hasn't really been answered yet. That's also something significant. As a property owner myself, if somebody, a landlord, if my renter was doing it, how would I know if he's doing it? What kind of position would that be, put me in a liability? I think what we're gonna, the other thing is too, from what I saw, according to reading the bill, they could only be inspected once a year, and it would be by appointment only, unlike the unannounced visits that you get at restaurants. There's no zoning restrictions. So once again, putting a commercial entity inside a residential zone seems counterintuitive to what we talked about when we did short-term rentals. Cities of Buellton, Solvang, Santa Maria have all said that they're the ones that are going to have to deal with this, and they don't want it. I actually could see, if it had been possible, to say that I could support it in the unincorporated area where there's more space between neighbors, there's more room for parking. You have maybe larger homes that you could do something like this at. I think that would be interesting. But in a residential neighborhood inside the city of Santa Maria, I don't know how many of you guys have driven down a residential neighborhood in Santa Maria recently. It is bumper to bumper cars down both sides. And if you wanted to have an event at your house where you were going to bring in 10 or 20 people, you couldn't do it. So, yeah, I'm struggling outside of the fact that there are people doing it, and we should get in there and educate and regulate and do those types of things. If we're not going to provide the money for enforcement, I just think this is a hope and a prayer. You might have some people in South County that, you know, upscale, that want to do this and make it a cool foodie experience. I get that. But that is not the reality of what's going to happen in Santa Maria. Like I said, we have hundreds of people already selling tamales and these types of products and pies and everything, and they are not going to fall under a MECOS ordinance. So we probably, honestly, should have enforcement dollars regardless if we pass this ordinance or not. You know, if we are the ones in charge of food safety and we know this activity is going on, this is some place for us to step up. And if we're really that concerned about food safety, you know, we need to make a priority at some point and give Lars and his team the ability to go out there and take care of the problems that apparently we think exist.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavino. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I agree with you on one point and not on another, so I'll start with the first one. We don't have short-term rentals in residential areas, but we do have homestays in residential areas. And the difference is that a homestay, someone actually, the principal resident is on site and can oversee. So we've already introduced homestay, and if you want to respond directly, go ahead.
Can I just real quick on that? That's another one that I find totally unenforceable. I mean, the only way you would know that is if you go and knock on the door and say, is Joan home, the owner? And I don't know anybody that's doing that. So unless we had sheriff's deputies that were actually going around and determining that, that's why I find that that hard to deal with.
So that brings me to the point I agree with you on, and that is as the county does more of these, compliance really needs to be a concern, because we can't just let it to neighbors all the time. That's what we do, and it's a passive, and we all know about that. And eventually, we've got to bite the bullet. This is difficult for me in one sense. This is the first thing I know as a supervisor coming where the county is making a decision that affects cities. And so we often promote local self-control, city self-determination, and that's a difficult one. And I think it has to be balanced against promoting opportunity for people within cities. I was very affected by a city council member in Solvang, Claudia Aronia, who talked about the duties of cities to promote economic development, and that this is really a vital cornerstone of city charter, what they're about. And she also went on to say many entrepreneurs don't have access to capital to open a restaurant, and they appreciate that opportunity to have a startup. So that affected me. But if you start looking into like we heard today in some of the testimony, but also in the various radio and on the internet, stories about what this opportunity has meant. One that I heard on Good Food was a Korean woman who she made baked items from home. And then people started asking her, what are your favorite Korean dishes? And would you cook that for me? And so she started to do that just as a favor. And eventually they said, well, we'll help you invest in a restaurant. And so it was a very popular restaurant, and one of the patrons then brought a food critic. And at that point, it got a rave review and got a lot of attention. So that's kind of the story that I think we're hoping. There's no question, this affects a range of people, but for me, it's not the Santa Barbara foodies who are going to be doing really high-end things. For me, it's women who have to stay at home, and they don't have, they're caretakers of elderly parents or young or special needs children. They have language barriers. They don't have access to the capital that it would take initially for a brick and mortar building. But they nonetheless have culinary talent, and they have entrepreneurial spirit. And I can't ignore that. That is so important to me. We hear a lot about it's going to compete against restaurants. I happen to think it's going to compete against frozen dinners. And it's just easier to get better nutrition and really more variety and cultural experiences and give busy people a chance to eat a home-cooked meal. So I think the opportunity was the idea behind the AB 626. Was designed to create new avenues of income, and particularly, as the bill states, for Californians that need them the most, often women, immigrants, and people of color. So we talk a lot about equity, and here's an opportunity for us to really walk the talk.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I think Supervisor Hartman has it exactly right. I recognize and appreciate the concerns that our local government partners have about the burden being placed on them to be the frontline enforcement. You know, their code enforcement officers are going to get the first calls. But I do hope and expect that as the folks from Environmental Health Services have told us, that they're going to have the resources to respond, to back up those complaints, and to do the work that they have promised that they're ready and able to do, because their sense of this, looking at Riverside County and Imperial County, is that really this is a very modest change, that there are lots of people who aspire to do things like this, but it's harder to actually execute it and make it work too. So that I think there's a natural limiting process involved. I don't think that reality causes an effective threat to any existing brick and mortar restaurants. I think the Supervisor Hartman's right. It just provides a range of choices and a different spectrum for people to take opportunity to try something new, and for people, you know, who would never have the chance to open a restaurant in the current climate with the cost involved in that, to get a toehold and to see if their concept works and could potentially attract investors that might make that happen. I think that that's something that's probably overlooked by people in the restaurant industry, is that the pathway to opening restaurants is getting more and more difficult as time is going on, and that looking outside of the box in the long term to think about, what is that pipeline in the future that's going to create talented chefs that can feed that industry. I hear from restaurateurs that that's a problem right now to reopening, is having the staff to do the work. And this may be like the minor leagues of the future restaurant industry, and an opportunity to test ideas and develop skills. The FOGS issue is a real issue for local governments, but this is not a unique challenge to that. That problem exists today, though there are issues, the people that don't understand the consequences of putting oil and grease down their drain, and that causes real live impacts to sewer wastewater treatment plants. But the answer to that is to educate people, and this is a path to doing that. This is bringing people who are interested in doing this into the permit process. Not everyone is going to take advantage of that. One of the speakers very eloquently talked about kind of dividing the world into thirds. There are people who are not doing this because they want to follow the rules and they're going to wait to get a permit. There are people who are doing this that will avail themselves of a permit, and then there's people who are never going to get a permit. And that just is how it is, and it exists. And I think personally that bringing some percentage of people in to the system and educating them and permitting them and allowing this opportunity is a benefit on the margins, on the edge. It's not going to solve giant problems, but it could begin to help individual people make it a better economic opportunity for themselves. And I think, when everybody really takes a calm look at that, from that perspective, I would hope that the chambers recognize the value of economic opportunity at the micro level too.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think this is a strange day, when Republicans and chambers are arguing for more government interference in private enterprise, and liberal Democrats are arguing for more economic opportunities to start businesses. One of us is wrong. One of us is being inconsistent. Maybe all of us are being inconsistent. But I think the reason we're in this sort of divisive moment in this is actually just, as Mr. Hart indicated, because of a misimpression that this is a more revolutionary than it really is, right? I think this is an incremental change in public policy. It might be a big step in the sense that none of this stuff was legal, but I think it is a wise step. It is an increment. It is. I think people are massively overestimating its potential competitive edge to the restaurant industry. I mean, time will tell. I could be wrong, but I think that this is a slightly different niche. When I buy tamales from somebody, it doesn't mean I go out to dinner less, right? It's a different thing for me buying tamales from somebody on the street than taking my kids out to dinner, right? It's just not comparable. And there may be some bleed, and someday somebody will do an analysis on it. But I think the reason why we're in this moment of maybe a little divisiveness over this issue is because we are in an economically insecure moment, right? I think it has more to do with the moment that we're in than it does with this issue. And I'm only basing that on the fact that though this bill was debated, and there was plenty of different people on both sides of this, and its predecessor bill was debated, at the time this was not a high profile issue for the business community. I think right now, all of a sudden, it seems like it is. But I think it has more to do with the moment that we're in. And what that tells me is we've got a lot more to do to help our business climate in general, and improve our economy and business opportunities in general. Because, so I'm definitely going to take something away from this discussion. But to me, it's more about the larger mission that we need to do to make sure that economic opportunity is possible in Santa Barbara County.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Yeah, it's different that we're taking different positions on this that may seem inconsistent with other positions. I'm actually going to take a land use perspective on this and a CEQA perspective on this. So I mean, I guess there's we're all upside down. Because this discussion, we don't know who's right or wrong about the impact at this point. I don't think it's been proven out. I don't think this is actually broken up in thirds. I think it's probably 80% people who aren't going to get the permit, 10 and 10 is probably more accurate. I think getting an inspection once a year gives people a false sense of security. A scheduled inspection here, again, I don't know if we've gone too far with needing to regulate everything. Again, it bothers me that for a church to cook meals in their homes to feed the homeless people needs a permit. That just blows my mind, and think that we've gone too far at that point. I know that there's a need to protect the public, but mistakes can happen on cooking food in our own households, with our own families, for a barbecue. We can't prevent risk altogether. That's not going to happen, and an inspection once a year is not going to do that. I was Jaime Flores's letter about insurance being an issue. I can see that being an issue. If an insurance agent asks the right questions, they'll probably be concerned as well. But that's not ultimately where I landed on this. It's the idea that we have absolutely no control in our residential zoning for this, that we can't restrict parking. There's a potential here of up to 30 meals in one day. And, if somebody's doing this as a side hustle, that's probably going to be in a small window of time. That could potentially have some large traffic impacts in a neighborhood. We're already under attack in our neighborhoods, our single family zoning with ADUs and junior ADUs, short-term rentals. There's all these different things that are being allowed. And, I think this is actually a transformation potentially in residential zoning that I think is inconsistent. I think if we could have opted in with a restriction, I would be way closer to accepting this. I mean, one of the things that we have to do in voting for this, part of this motion, is we have to make a CEQA exemption here, that there's no possibility that this activity may have a significant impact on the environment. Okay, we've denied projects over less impacts than this, in my opinion. And so I can't make that finding. And so ultimately, I'm not going to be able to support a motion to adopt this ordinance. Supervisor Hartman.
Could we ask Mr. Gazzoni to comment on that, or may I ask him?
Yeah, please.
Chair and supervisors, we reviewed the CEQA exemption on this. I think that actually is defensible. If challenged, we also would be able to assert not just the 15061B3 that's listed in the notice of exemption, but anything applicable, including existing facilities or small alterations. So I think that if challenged in litigation, we'd be likely to prevail. The board does have, though, at the top of the program, I had said, great discretion on go, no go on this.
All right. Supervisor Lavanino?
Yeah, I would just encourage, it sounds like this is going to be a split vote, 3-2. And I think from what we heard from our cities was what we say all the time when the state rains down on us. It's like, hey, why don't you throw a little money our way to help us with this? So, if we're serious about this, we gotta fund this at a level where Lars has somebody or something to make this thing work. Otherwise, this is just us saying, go for it. And, it all falls on them. So I'm not voting for it anyway, because I don't think it's enforceable no matter, we'd have to have an enforcement team twice the size of our cannabis team to actually do this effectively. But I just think we have to go in eyes wide open that, it's going to kind of be a little bit wild, wild west out there for a while.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think Supervisor Lavanino raises a good point. I don't know what the answer to it is, but I think it's something we should at least consider in the budget discussion, because, I'm hearing from specifically the city of Santa Maria that has experience with this, that they're telling us that they have ongoing complaints that they, I assume, have forwarded to environmental health, and they say has not, they haven't been responsive. Mr. Seifert says, there's been a handful of complaints in the whole county. There's a big disconnect on the facts there. And, this outreach effort, this most recent round of outreach effort was an attempt to kind of bridge those things. And obviously we haven't fully gotten there yet. But, I think it's incumbent on everybody to be more responsive to that. If that's happening, we need the city of Santa Maria to document that and make that transparent to EHS and make that transparent to us so we can do something about it. And, what I heard from Mr. Seifert is that they're staffed and ready to do this based on the experience they've had. So somewhere in there is a disconnect, and we do have time between now and the budget to get into that a little bit more, and maybe the CEO's office can look into that too and work with the city in Santa Maria and say, where's the documentation of the complaints that you made, and where's the follow-up on our end or not follow-up, so we can have a better sense of what's actually going on.
Supervisor Lamanino, and then I think CEO Miyasato has a comment.
So, and maybe that's something for Lars to come back to us, because I think some of the complaints that they're getting that they're not following up on, quote unquote, I think some of those too are food truck operations and elote man, the vendor that's walking the street. But I don't think those are in this same classification, and I don't think those are controlled the same way. I don't know what all those rules are and regulations are, and it would probably be a good idea for us as part of that to kind of get a little bit of a primer on that.
CEO, and then Supervisor Hartman.
Chair Nelson, Supervisor, I was just going to say what Supervisor Lavanino said, which was maybe Mr. Seifert can come back to the board, and we can also have a discussion with the cities to make sure we're talking about the same thing. I think that's the issue. If the board wants to go forward with this, and what I would suggest is public health, obviously, to track what they were doing, we would hear complaints from the cities, and we would come back either at half a year after it's been implemented and give a report to the board. And I think we would work with public health to say, what is it going to take if you get a lot of complaints or you have to do a lot more enforcement? We can ask them to go forward with that and come back at the end of the year to see where we are and make a budget adjustment then. But I think we want to be responsive to the cities. I'm meeting with all the city managers tomorrow morning at our quarterly meeting, so I'm sure I'm going to be hearing about this from them all.
Do you want to vote on this?
So obviously we want to be responsive, and we can work just more closely with public health and have them come back and make reports to the board. And Mr. Seifert, did you want to say something to that effect?
Yeah, thank you, CEO Mona. The environmental health would be more than happy to pull that information together and return to the board with analysis of that, once implemented, and whether there's impacts and additional needs for enforcement. To Supervisor Lavanino's comments to the chair, we do receive complaint referrals related to mobile food trucks, street vendors. There's other aspects of this that are not associated with MECO type operations that we have received some complaints on. We are in discussions currently with the city of Santa Maria and trying to work with them on educational opportunities associated with street vending as well. So we do and would be interested in assessing the enforcement tools that we have, the various potential complaints that cities are getting, and returning to the board with a report on what additional tools may be useful in the future.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman?
And I too was going to suggest a report maybe a year after it's gone effective, but not just on the compliance and enforcement piece of it, but just overall where and what is being permitted and any other insights. Is this, who's taking advantage of this?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. I guess that is another question. When we opt in, is there the option to opt out after we opt in? Mr. Cazzoni?
Chair and Supervisors, although it's not express in Section 114367, I believe the county would have the opportunity to opt out. I would just caution that if you were looking at that, as we've done in some other areas, once somebody has, and this would not be vesting in that it's coming through the Public Health Department, but there is an occupation in there, and they probably want to provide an amortization period. So I think just flicking the switch off would be riskier than having some kind of build down or amortization period if you went a different direction later.
Understood, but it might be nice to have that in the toolbox moving forward. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendations A through F.
Second?
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
No. Supervisor
Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. I think a healthy discussion. And on to our third and final item of today. Departmental item number 3. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item in the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the allocation of the 2020 and the 2021 Coastal Resource Enhancement Fund CREF grants.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I wanted to let you know that we have John Zorovich, who's the Deputy Director, Aaron Briggs, Supervising Planner, and Kathy Pfeiffer, who is the planner that reviews the CREF applications every year. And Kathy is, Ms. Pfeiffer is here to present the recommendations from Planning and Development. In addition, we have a number of presentations from the applicants for the CREF funding. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I'd like to take a few minutes and go over staff's presentation. If we could maybe have the present PowerPoint on there, please. Great. Can we move? Yeah, perfect. All right. So this slide here summarizes staff's recommendations. I'll be going over recommendations A and F, staff's recommendations for the 2020 and 2021 awards, and the amount recommended for the fund deferral program. The other recommendations are administrative in nature, and we can discuss those if you have any questions. Next slide, please. So for those of you who might be new to CREF, this slide gives a brief overview. 3 oil and gas projects pay annually into CREF as mitigation for coastal impacts. The CREF guidelines stipulate that half of the annual fees go towards coastal acquisition type projects, excuse me, and the other half can go towards general allocation type projects like capital improvements and educational projects. Staff solicits proposals, evaluates with the board approved CREF criteria, and recommends proposals for CREF awards. The board is the decision maker on all CREF awards. Next slide, please. For the combined CREF cycle, the county received 10 proposals. One of the proposals is for acquisition and is requesting the amount available, and the remaining 9 proposals are considered general allocation, seeking more than what is available by approximately $450,000. Attachment A of your board letter includes a detailed evaluation of each of the 10 proposals. Staff recommends funding 9 of the 10 CREF proposals in this cycle. Next slide, please. We'll go over the coastal acquisition portion first. The available coastal acquisition monies in this 2-year cycle is $712,800. This amount includes $146,606 from both the 2020 and 21 CREF fees. In addition, the current balance of the fund deferral program is $419,588. Next slide, please. The Land Trust for Santa Barbara County is requesting the full amount of acquisition funds available towards purchasing a conservation easement along 277 acres of the Gaviota Coast. The conservation easement would limit and consolidate development on site, protecting 55 acres of coastal scrub and riparian habitats and preserving the open space and visual resources along Highway 101. Staff recommends a partial award of $175,000. This would come from the full amount available in the 2020 coastal acquisition monies and $28,394 of the 2021 coastal acquisition monies. This partial award amount is in line with other CREF grants awards. CREF has contributed 2 other conservation easements along the Gaviota Coast, and one is adjacent to the Arella Ranch property and the other is nearby. All right, next slide, please. If the board grants $175,000 CREF award to proposal number 9, there'd be $118,212 remaining in the 2021 Coastal Acquisition Subfund. Staff recommends that that amount be deferred to the fund deferral program, along with retaining the fund's current balance. Therefore, a total of approximately $538,000 would be in the fund deferral program and earmarked for coastal acquisition projects in the future. Next slide, please. The next 3 slides, we're going to go over staff's recommendations for the general allocation proposals. Staff is recommending full request grants to the 3 proposals on this slide. A grant for proposal number 1 would help Nature Track purchase beach-friendly wheelchair track devices. These devices would be used during the applicant's outdoor student field trips to coastal locations throughout the county. A grant for proposal number 3 would help the Channel Islands Marine and Wildlife Institute complete their marine curriculum program. The educational program consists of online lesson plans, supportive learning activities, and engaging videos to all schools in Santa Barbara County and beyond via their website. And a grant for proposal number 10 would help the Santa Maria Natural History Museum upgrade a few of their coastal exhibits, many of which were funded by past CREF grants. Next slide, please. The remaining general allocation proposals are all recommendations for partial funding grants. And the reason for partial funding grants are mostly due to the fact that a full request award would not allow other good projects to be funded in this cycle. A grant for proposal number 2 would help the Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network purchase conditioning pools, enclosures, and heat and dryers for oiled covered birds. A grant for proposal number 4 would go towards Channel Keeper's 1-year pilot program to specifically reduce trash pollution entering South Coast watersheds from abandoned homeless encampments. And a grant for proposal number 5 would help the county's Community Services Department reduce erosion along Lookout Park's bluff top by relocating and upgrading the irrigation system and installing erosion controls. Next slide, please. A partial award to proposal number 7 would help fund the City of Santa Barbara's restoration project on the Arroyo Burro Open Space Park. Improvements outlined in this proposal include trails and a bridge over the creek connecting the bike lane currently being built on Las Positas Road. A grant for proposal number 8 would help the Lompoc Unified School District with a new coastal splash zone exhibit at the Cabrillo High School Aquarium. There's one proposal number 6, the Sea Cave Project. Staff is not recommending for an award. It's a pretty exciting project. However, we believe it's premature at this time for a CREF grant, as the applicant needs to obtain permits from the Coastal Commission and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And applications for those permits have not been submitted yet. However, if the board does allocate a CREF grant to this proposal, staff recommends 3 contingencies on page 25 of the staff report to be placed on the project. All right, and then this concludes staff's presentation, and we're here for any questions you might have. Following any questions that you might have, the more creative side of this is with the applicant's presentations, and proposal presentations will be done in proposal order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer. Any questions from the board before we go to presentations? Supervisor Williams.
Well, on the Goleta kelp replenishment project, I just wanted to understand what's the relationship to the project that has already put kelp retention devices. I would suspect that the current one is on a research permit, and perhaps this is a scalable and would need a different permit. But I've kind of followed this in my capacity at Beacon for 15 years, and it's always kind of a merry-go-round, right? That like one agency says, well, we're not going to fund it until the permits happen, but permits take money to get to. So I just wanted to kind of evaluate that.
I personally don't know the answer to that, and that might be something Chris could handle answering during his presentation.
So that would be helpful just to know. I mean, there's at least a few dozen of those devices that are working currently. They've taken me out on a site visit, and I dove them to see them working, and they're working great. So I just wanted to understand, is this the same entity or a different entity that has done the research kelp replenishment devices out there in the past?
Does staff have an answer to that question, or are we going to defer that to the presentation on that?
I think I'm going to be deferring that to Chris. Thank you.
Okay, and I guess I have a question. So the 50% towards, just help me with this, is my first CREF hearing. 50% towards acquisition and 50% towards programs, is that the allocation? Is that a recommendation, or is that hard and fast rule? I looked at some of the previous awards, and sometimes we've strayed from that. What's the policy decision and boundaries that we're operating under?
So that is written up in the CREF guidelines, that 50% goes towards coastal acquisition. We definitely have the board has definitely directed staff to deviate from that at times per different cycles. So that's definitely something that the board has done and can do in the future.
All right. I guess I'd ask council whether, is there wide latitude here? What's where do we sit?
Chair, I'll pull a little bit more on this, but the board has pretty broad discretion in this. And probably the nexus that you want to have is recognizing what's the source of funds and how is this addressing a coastal impact. Gotcha. But there's a pretty broad discretion within that world.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, just an addendum to that question. It's not really 50-50 because 50% of the non-open space acquisition we're detaining for the hope, some would think, eventuality of a Hollister trail. So it's more like 25, 50. And I'm, wonder, I mean, is that sacred? Is there some years we can do 20, 30, 50, or are we going to be struck by lightning? Can you just give me a sense of that as staff?
I don't think you'll be struck by lightning. What we did is we took the Hollister Ranch Access Program money off at the top, and then we did the 50-50 from there. Okay. So that's kind of how we've done it once we decided to start pulling off Hollister Ranch money. But my understanding again, these are CREF guidelines. They're your prerogatives. I think last cycle, I think about a little bit less than $15,000 was shaved off acquisition money and given to Cabrillo High School Aquarium to make a full $100,000. So, you know, I think the board has a lot of latitude, like County Council said.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer.
And is the reason for the Hollister large share just that because there were some years that we weren't putting anything towards it?
So Hollister Ranch, right? So
Or
that's
I should say, the reason being that on some years our predecessors weren't putting anything.
Yeah, we discovered that we should probably start putting money into there, and so we thought that about 100. I think it's like 156,000 we're pulling off each year. We feel like that was kind of a doable amount that could also have a cycle being run, and so I believe that we have about $750,000 in there, and we're trying to get to $1 million. So it'll probably be another couple of craft cycles that will be pulling that amount of money off.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pfeiffer. Let's go ahead and begin our presentations. I believe the first one up is proposal number 1 with Sue Isagiri.
Yes.
Apologize, I'm sure I said that wrong.
Oh, no, that's okay. Isager. And I'm waiting for my PowerPoint to come up. There we go. Okay. Chairman Nelson and supervisors, thank you for this opportunity to present New Tracks. Since 2011, Nature Track has provided outdoor field trips for thousands of Santa Barbara County students. Using a Freedom Track, our program will now include students, teachers, volunteers, and others of all ages who are wheelchair users or are mobility impaired. Freedom Tracks quickly transforms a manual wheelchair into a battery-powered all-terrain vehicle that can easily traverse beach, sand, and trails. Take a look at Freedom Tracks in action. Next slide, please. And please start the video. Next slide, please. There, you just saw Steve Schultz in the video, and he's been a volunteer with us since 2011. His participation has been limited to only a few of the field trip locations, and none of those were beaches. He can now fully participate in all of our field trips. Next slide, please. New Tracks program will allow mobility impaired students, teachers, volunteers, and even parents to participate in Nature Tracks outdoor field trip program. It will also allow wheelchair users the opportunity to volunteer for activities such as beach cleanups, the Snowy Plover Docent Program, and many other outdoor programs offered throughout Santa Barbara County. Next slide, please. On an annual basis, will provide outdoor experiences for 300 or more students and adults who are wheelchair users and others who are mobility impaired. We will do this through our outdoor field trip program and also by lending the Freedom Tracks units to other organizations in Santa Barbara County that offer outdoor programs. New tracks will now provide access to our local trails and beaches for wheelchair users whose experiences in nature have been limited or non-existent. We've already raised funding for 3 Freedom Track units, so this request represents matching funds for 3 additional Freedom Track units. Next slide, please. Nature Track is providing a new level of accessibility and inclusivity for wheelchair users and others who are mobility impaired in Santa Barbara County. Now everyone can independently enjoy our beautiful beaches and trails. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
No questions?
I don't think we have any questions at this time, and I think it'd be great for the panelists to hang on maybe towards the end after we've heard from all the presentations. I think that's probably the best way to go about this.
Okay, well, thanks again.
Great. Thank you, Sue. Proposal number 2, Ariana Katovich.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network. It's nice to see you all. I'm the executive director here at Wildlife Care Network. We take care of 4,700 animals a year. That's what we did in 2020, our busiest year, even in a global pandemic. And we mitigate coastal impacts 365 days a year from animals that have been affected by natural oil seeps, have ingested fishing gear or tangled in fishing line, swallowed rodenticide, attacked by dogs, potentially starving because of ocean conditions, disoriented, and being orphaned. Those are just some of the impacts that we see on our coastal population, bird populations. You can go to the next slide, please. We also see a significant amount of shorebirds and waterfowl. These are our mallards. We had 280 of them in 2020. One part of our proposal is to create shorebird and mallard enclosures at our center that would reduce stress on these animals that are actually highly stressed when they're in care, and would be a game changer in our ability to care for these birds year after year, not just mallards, but any standing waterfowl that need access, gentle sloped access to water. Next slide, please. These are just some of our patients. This is a surf scoter. This is a baby California least tern. Its nest was destroyed. So whenever these animals find themselves in need, we get a call on our helpline, and our staff is here. We have a team of transporters that bring them to our center 365 days a year. Next slide, please. We also have a lot of oiled birds. It's not just a myth. We do indeed use Dawn to break down oil. We have one sink here at the center to wash oiled birds. We are in the middle of a capital campaign right now to build a wildlife hospital. It's under construction right now as we speak, which will include 4 more additional wash sinks that were also provided with CREF funds for those sinks. And we've received 126 oiled birds so far in 2021. These are from natural oil seeps. So when birds get oil on their feathers, they lose their waterproofing and can suffer from hypothermia. So they need to be addressed right away. In the background there is our veterinarian, Dr. Avery Berkowitz, washing a oiled cormorant. Next slide, please. This is what we do now with oiled birds to continue the rehabilitation. We drive them from Santa Barbara Wildlife Care Network all the way to International Bird Rescue in Long Beach. This is I would say in the best of conditions, a 5.5-hour round trip. It happens 52 weeks a year, if we're lucky, once a week, all year long. We can go to the next slide. Because International Bird Rescue has these are pelagic pools, highly filtered above ground pools that are for pre-conditioning release. So after a bird is oiled, then washed and dried, goes through a very extensive process of being swum on these clean waters, then dried, and they swim again, and then they get dried again in the process of re-waterproofing. And so SBWCN has purchased a kind of a temporary pool so that we can reduce our need to go down to IBR. Part of that is because we have a veterinarian on site and we can take care of these birds. And also in pandemic times, we've also had to do more and be more self-sufficient. And it is part of our capital campaign to be able to take care of these birds more here in Santa Barbara, as opposed to relying on a volunteer network of transporters to drive them down to Long Beach every week. We call it the Tuesday Bird Run. Next slide, please. This is just a rendering of our hospital. I'm tempted to jump out and show you what the hospital looks like right now, but it is framed. And it will include significant oiled bird washing capacity, including a large room for animals that are being affected by a large oil spill, need to be crated inside, as well as a washroom and a dry room specifically dedicated to oiled birds. So Wildlife Care Network is here providing service every day. And I encourage any of you to come out and visit us. I'd love to see you all out here, maybe volunteering and spraying down crates. And you can see what we do for yourselves for our coastal animals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kedovich. I just want to remind each of the presenters, we all appreciate the great information you're providing us, but to be fair, let's try to keep our time to the instructed 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, we can't see the timer, so that might be.
All right, I'll catch you then. I'll give you guys a warning. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Proposal number 3 is going to be presented by Ruth Dover.
All right, I think I'm unmuted. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ruth Dover, and I am one of the founders and the director of Channel Islands Marine and Wildlife Institute, which is also known as SIMWI, our acronym. Our 2020-2021 CREF grant proposal is for funding to create and to provide marine conservation education that captivates, inspires, and empowers. We can go to the next slide. For those of you that don't know much about our organization, we've prepared a short video for you about the work that we do and how we serve the community of Santa Barbara. If you can play the video.
Channel Islands Marine and Wildlife Institute, also known as SIMWI, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to positively impacting conservation through marine mammal rescue, rehabilitation, research, and education to promote ocean and human health. SIMWI serves Santa Barbara and Ventura counties as a part of the Marine Mammal Health and Stranding Response Program under NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service. SIMWI is also an active member of the Oiled Wildlife Care Network and the Marine Mammal Disentanglement Team. Our core work is the rescue and rehabilitation of sick, injured, malnourished, orphaned, entangled, and oiled marine mammals. We respond to reports of seals, sea lions, sea turtles, dolphins, porpoises, and whales. SIMWI provides education and outreach programs in both communities, and our research is focused on marine mammal health and human impact on the environment. We rely on dedicated and passionate volunteers, community awareness, and external financial support to sustain our day-to-day operations and enhance our mission. For more information about SIMWI and how you can support our work, please visit our website at simwi.org. You could be the difference in giving a marine mammal a second chance at life in the wild.
And if we can go to the next slide. SIMWI is passionate about educating children. Our CREF proposal is centered around educating children about local marine ecosystems through fun, engaging, and thought-provoking lesson plans. which also include multimedia and hands-on activities. Our project goal is to create engaging and self-directed education content that inspires conservation and ocean stewardship, as well as empowers youth to be the catalyst for change to protect our planet. Next slide. Our project components are noted on the slide, which is video development, and that's creating the scripts to introduce each of our 10 lesson plans, video production, which is the production of these 10 videos. And then the platforms are to enhance our website and YouTube channels to accommodate all of this new content. And then the last one is number 32, which is to purchase copies of our children's book that has been in publication, and thanks to a previous CREF grant, we did our first print run, and that's to give 3 copies of this book to each of the elementary schools in Santa Barbara County. Next slide. This slide shows our project schedule with a go live date in month 9. And the next slide. We hope you will support SIMWE's CREF proposal so that we can make a bigger difference in our Santa Barbara community and in the world. We appreciate your time, and if there's any questions, we can entertain those as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ruth. Proposal number 4 is going to be presented by Molly Troop.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and supervisors. My name is Molly Troop, and I am the Science and Policy Associate at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. We are a local environmental nonprofit with the mission to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. We achieve this mission through science-based advocacy, fieldwork, education, and enforcement. Next slide, please. Last year, as we navigated the challenges that came with COVID, we were forced to pause many of our volunteer and outreach programs due to health and safety concerns with gathering people. With extensive closures, people in numbers not seen before were seeking solace on trails and local swimming holes and flocking to the only place that was open, nature. With this increased visitation, we are also seeing an uptick in trash being left behind. This trash issue is discussed in online forums and written about extensively. Although trash and cleanups are not new issues and responses, their volume of trash was an acute situation that needed a quick response that abided by health and safety rules. So over Memorial Day weekend, almost a year ago, we bought supplies, provided some quick guidance, and called upon the community to join us for dispersed cleanups around the Santa Barbara and Ventura counties over the holiday weekend. And so we launched our first Watershed Brigade event. This dispersed and separate event was a great success, and we were able to quickly activate dozens of our community members and help remove much trash and act as ambassadors out on our trails and swimming holes. Since our initial launch last year, we have continued to develop this program into a full-fledged program. And our Watershed Brigade is a community of volunteers who are dedicated in keeping local watersheds and beaches clean. Folks have fun while having a huge impact. Next slide, please. We've created and incentivized participation in the Watershed Brigade by gamifying cleanups and creating a point system, awarding participants entries into monthly drawings for fun prizes, including gift certificates to local businesses like ocean-friendly restaurants and bike shops. We have monthly challenges to encourage participation. For example, in April, we hosted a cleanup event that focused on trails and turnouts throughout Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. We've created a corporate challenge which companies can join for volunteer and team building events while gaining visibility. And we've had 5 companies join us so far and are still welcoming others. Next slide, please. Over the last year, we've had an incredible participation in this program, and we've been able to still engage over 300 volunteers during a pandemic safely and independently. And those people have cleaned up 140 locations throughout our watersheds and removed at least over 6,000 pounds of trash. Next slide, please. The community that we've been able to create through this program is one of the main benefits. Although conducted independently, when conducting a cleanup as part of the Watershed Brigade, you're part of a community working together to make a larger impact than you could on your own. In addition to the $5,000 that staff is recommending today, we have secured $50,000, which has helped support the build out of this program. The CREF funds would be used to support cleanup for additional cleanup supplies, such as trash roller bins and contractors to help clean up trash hotspots in coordination with city and county officials. Thank you for the opportunity to share this exciting development of the Watershed Brigade program, and thank you for the additional funding and support of this program.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And next proposal number 5, will be presented by Jill Van Wee.
Good afternoon, supervisors. And as always, there are many quality coastal projects in front of you, so we greatly appreciate your consideration of any funding for the Lookout Park Bluff Erosion Mitigation Project. Next slide, please. I think the one important thing to take away from this presentation is that the bluff erosion occurring at this park is primarily occurring at the top of the bluff due to irrigation surface runoff. And it's just quite different than the bluff-based coastal erosion that we're used to seeing these days. So what we're doing through this project is relocating the irrigation about 10 to 20 feet from the bluff edge and upgrading the irrigation system to be a low flow system, and then installing some jute baffles and coastal plantings on the bluff. Next slide. Here's just a photographic example of where we're going to pull the irrigation to in that park, in the mid-eastern section of the park. Next slide. And here's a photo of where we would be installing jute baffles and some natural plantings on the bluff. Next slide, please. And the estimated project costs are about $320,000. And any CREF allocation would be accepted in order to offset any kind of CSD Parks maintenance funds, which are funded by county general funds. And with next slide, please, last slide. And this just shows the nexus of the oil funds relation to this coastal park. This is what used to be on the coast right in front of the park. And with that, just appreciate your consideration and wish you all the best. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jill. Next one will be proposal number 6 by Chris Goldblatt. Chris, you're still muted.
Got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Got it. Okay. Hello, supervisors. Thanks for hearing me today. So I'll go ahead and do my prepared speech and then answer any questions after that. The U.S. Geologic Survey kelp maps outlined in fine detail, along with a lot of aerial photos that are at the UCSB library, prove that we had a kelp bed that was 1,000 feet wide that went from El Capitan all the way to Rincon. And it was there probably for thousands of years since the last ice age. Many of you probably remember it, and then it was wiped away in the 1983 Great El Nino, which was an order of magnitude bigger than the El Ninos that we've just experienced. And the reason it wiped it away is because there was a whole, there was like a river of rocks on the seabed out there that were washed out into deep water. And those rocks they come from terrestrial sources. They come off the hillsides during 200-year events like we had during the 2017 mudslides. Those rocks that unfortunately damaged everybody's property and there was some loss of life, their ultimate destiny is the seabed in that area. And it's those rocks that provide what you call the substrate for the giant kelp to form holdfasts and then make the kelp forests that provide coastal erosion control, because when you have a kelp bed, the longshore current deflects off of it. It sequesters a lot of carbon. It's really the heart of our marine ecosystem. It's kind of our local sequoia trees that are just gone. And they're gone because of human interference with the destiny of those rocks. As we've seen, the county did a great job at rounding those rocks up and taking them away at the depot that we see up there off of Hot Springs Road. But they deprived the marine ecosystem of the recharging of the basis for the future kelp bed. So it's really a man-made problem, in part unknowingly by the county, and the fence that was placed in the foothills really didn't help matters either, because it stops the rocks from going in. Ultimately, in the future, you may see a decline in surf breaks as well because of that man-made activity. So the rocks that would normally go out to sea, they're stopped by houses and hedges and roads, and then well-intending counties essentially taking them away. So we designed the Sea Cape, which you see in front of you. It took about 11 years of working on this. It's a patent-pending design, and it's designed specifically to hold large amounts of marine life inside of it for abalone restoration and things like that. And then it has a large flat surface on the top to hold the very large bases to the kelp. So when you get a 20-year storm event, they have a much larger chance of not being torn off and torn up and wash up on the beach. So using this system, the plan is to create, starting in Goleta Bay, 200-acre kelp forests, plots of them all the way down to Rincon over the next 20 or 30 years. And we aim to start with a 2-acre pilot study reef made with 244 of these. There's nothing here for scale. I can pull up another picture. They're quite large. They weigh 2,700 pounds. They're made out of chemically engineered concrete where the pH matches the seawater, so the kelp spores can settle on it. And they're just extremely stable in high weather conditions. So we ask, we thank the staff for reviewing our proposal. We recognize that they didn't affirm our proposal, but we do ask that the supervisors direct $200,000 so we can finish the permitting, the tooling, the construction, the deployment, and the monitoring. A project of this size, even the 2 acres,
Mr. Goldblatt,
would yep.
If you could wrap up.
Okay. Former Supervisor Stoker, and he was also the head of the EPA Division 9, wanted me to say, or he mentioned to me, that this is a golden opportunity to use CREF funds for a marine project, and to his knowledge, that hadn't been done specifically in the past. So we thank you for your consideration, and we hope that you choose to value the restoration of our kelp forest, because we can and will do that for you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Just the same question I had before. What's your relationship with the folks who have already placed, by a little bit different of a design, kelp replenishment devices on the seafloor over there?
Other than an academic relationship of information sharing, there is not a direct relationship. I do know that project was funded by Beacon. As you can see, it's very permittable. It was permitted. So were the other 2 very large reefs recently deployed off of San Onofre of over 300 acres and off of Palos Verdes of 60 acres. And we use the exact same permit experts, the same people to study it, go through the same process. We have state lands that's willing to be our lead agency. Army Corps has no opposition. DFW seems to like the idea. And in my conversations with staff, Coastal Commission is also very supportive. So there really isn't a problem when it comes to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Proposal number 7, we have Aaron Markey.
Hello, Chair Nelson and County Supervisors. Thanks for having me today and for your consideration of our project. I'm Erin Markey with the City of Santa Barbara. Here to present to you on the Arroyo Borough Open Space Restoration and Trail Improvement Project. Next slide, please. This is a 21-acre open space in the lower portion of the Arroyo Borough watershed. A portion of this property was actually purchased by the city in 2016 with some funding from CREF. The city completed a large restoration project out here in 2018 that focused really on the habitat along Arroyo Borough Creek and trying to restore floodplain and native riparian habitat there. And we're now looking at a second phase of work in the more northern portion and upland areas of the site. Next slide, please. So this is just a site overview plan sheet of our proposed project. So we're looking at restoring what we call the Campanile tributary drainage. That's the square in the upper left of your screen, which is an existing tributary to Arroyo Creek that we are going to be doing some grading, non-native removal, and then revegetation with native plants. We're also formalizing trail routes out here. So those
Hold on, Erin, we just lost your connection with you. Could you try and finagle where your microphone's connected to your computer? That doesn't seem to be fixing.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So I don't know where you lost me, but this is kind of a site overview. We're going to be doing some restoration to a tributary drainage. We're going to be rerouting some trails to kind of formalize the trail routes that are out there on site. We're looking at installing a pedestrian bridge over Arroyo Creek to connect to the Las Positas multi-use pathway, which the city is currently constructing along the shoulder of Las Positas Road. This will create a northern entrance to the park, allowing bike and pedestrian users from that pathway access to the park at another location, but also a connection to Elings Park, which is just across Las Positas Road. We'll also be relocating an existing water main that crosses the creek here to the underside of the bridge. This will actually raise the water line up about 4 feet in elevation to protect it from future flooding. And it'll allow us to restore another 100 feet of Arroyo Creek, as there's some bank hardening adjacent to that existing water line that we'll be able to remove. So we're looking at planting about 2,600 native plants out on site, including 350 trees. Next slide. I just have a few photos. So this is an example of the existing trail routes out there that we're looking to improve upon, as well as this is a view of that tributary drainage area, which is currently dominated by non-native vegetation, as you can see. Next slide. And then this is the proposed roughly bridge location will be just downstream of this water line. You can see some of the concrete debris and pipe and wire revetment that we'll be removing. And then next slide, this is some of the restoration downstream that we've already completed. Just an example of what the site will look like down the road. And that's it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Erin.
Great. Next, we have proposal number 8, and that's going to be live from Christopher Ladwig and a few students from Cabrillo High School.
Thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. My name is Genevieve Dean, and I'm a head curator at the Cabrillo High School Aquarium.
I'm Hayden Henry, also a head curator here at the aquarium.
Thank you very much for having us and letting us share a special program and press proposal with you guys.
If you guys can hold on 1 second. Hold on, you guys. We're trying to get the sound figured out. One moment, we'll get you started here in a minute. All right, let's go ahead and start over.
Okay, thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. My name is Genevieve Dean, and I'm a head curator at the Cabrillo High School Aquarium.
I'm Hayden Henry, also a head curator here at the aquarium.
Thank you for having us and letting us share a special program and press proposal with you guys today. This year, the Cabrillo High School Aquarium is celebrating its 35th anniversary, as well as our 20th year in our current facility. In a year like no other, our amazing students and teachers have kept the program thriving. They're offering over 150 virtual tours for classes, nursing homes, and other groups from across Santa Barbara County, and even as far away as Oklahoma, completely free of charge. We're also thrilled to announce that next month we'll start welcoming elementary school classes back into our facility for in-person tours. Over the last 5 years, we've been undergoing efforts to replace and upgrade our original tanks, which have begun to degrade. One area of our local coast that we've never been able to exhibit is the coastal surf zone. This zone is critical to the health of our coastline, as it provides water to our tide pools and also mitigates water pollution like oil spills. Plus, to be honest, wake tanks are a huge crowd concern.
Thankfully, we've cracked the code on how to display this coastal surf zone. After consulting design professionals, we created this high-tech, innovative coastal splashing surface. Now, if you look behind me, you can see these. These are Kelkin indigenous tanks. They're 20 years old and glass. They're the only tanks in this aquarium that we haven't upgraded or replaced in the entire history of this building. So, because they have the perfect footprint for this new tank, we've created this. It's going to have a 9-foot tall rock tower, which is going to send a wave down this tank, stimulating the surf side. It's going to provide us a unique opportunity to show an environment that's otherwise way too dangerous and unpredictable to show in person. Also, because some people have their first experience with the ocean here, it's going to provide a unique experience to them as well. So the total budget for this project is $125,000, not including in-kind costs. This is largely due to the over-engineering required for such a complex exhibit. Because of the tremendous force that this acrylic will be subjected to, we need to make sure for our safety and the critter safety, it can withstand that and more. To finance this, we applied to $110,000 from CREF and recommended for $50,000. This is a major step forward, but it does mean we will have to spend more time and resources to look for additional funding.
The aquarium has been an invaluable educational resource for Santa Barbara County since 1986, and this unique addition will make our educational efforts even more effective. The project will add the most dynamic and engaging exhibit we've ever had, simulating the incredible part of our local coast that we've never successfully demonstrated for thousands of visitors. Before we leave, we'd like to especially thank Kathy Pfeiffer in the Planning and Development Department for all of their support and hard work with the CREF program. Thank you again for your time, and we're here to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be probably back to you a little bit later.
Great job. Thank you both. Proposal number 9, Devin Rothman.
Thank you, thank you, Chair Nelson and supervisors. I'll also say so I'm Devin Rothman, the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, and we also have our Executive Director, Meredith Hendricks, here to help answer questions as they may come up. I'm talking to you about the Aurelia Ranch Conservation Easement Project, which is the only acquisition project in the CREF grant cycle this year. Next slide, please. Aurelia Ranch is located on the Gaviota Coast, about halfway between Goleta and the Gaviota State Park. You can see from this map that it's located near some other important protected lands, including a couple of ranches that have been protected under conservation easements with CREF funding, and also it's very close to both Refugio and El Capitan State Beach. Next slide, please. Aurelia Ranch is 277 acres of open space, including 55 acres of native habitat and over 200 acres of historical agricultural lands. We've probably all seen it before, even if we don't know. It's part of the stunning Gaviota Coast viewshed. On your left, as you're driving south, right past Refugio Beach, it covers a huge portion of that viewshed there down Gaviota. It also contains an important stretch of Benedictito Creek and provides important wildlife movement from the surrounding protected lands through this creek corridor and into the beaches there. Next slide, please. The outcome of a conservation easement on this ranch to limit the size, height, location of any future development to areas that don't impact the scenery or the native habitats, permanently protect that native riparian and coastal habitat. And it would preserve the scenic views from the state beaches as well as the coastal trail that runs along the bluffs between Refugio and El Capitan State Beach. This property provides a lot of that scenic background. And finally, it would allow for this continued agricultural use that's consistent with the long history of the Gaviota ranches. Next slide, please. And some of the benefits of conservation easement versus buying a property in fee. The biggest one is the biggest bang for your buck. There's a appraised value of a conservation easement is less than a third of the cost of buying properties in fee. As we all know, with rising land prices, those values are going to get higher and higher. But the biggest thing is that the landowners for this property are willing to sell an easement now. This would be one of the first conservation deals of this type in Gaviota for nearly 15 years. And there aren't as many landowners who want to sell properties in fee or even do these kinds of easement deals. And CREF funding is critical for our opportunity to leverage both state and private conservation funding and raising the rest of the funds necessary to buy this easement. Next slide, please. This is just a final thing to show you the location of a potential future home site, looking right down at Refugio State Beach. And hope you will consider funding this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Rothman.
Thank you. And then our last presentation is by Virginia Souza for proposal number 10.
Hello, Supervisors. Chair Nelson. My name is Virginia Souza. I've been a volunteer with the Natural History Museum since its founding over 25 years ago. The mission of our organization is to provide free natural history education to the citizens and schools in the Santa Maria area, and we've been doing that since our founding. Next slide, please. Could I have the next one? I think there was one before that. There. This is the footprint of the property located in downtown Santa Maria, right across the street from the public library parking lot on South McClelland. You can see that it's a very small area. The building is a historical landmark, the Hart Home, and that's where the interior exhibits exist. The exterior is a native garden. Part of the CREF funding will go for, in the top area of the photograph, you can see a sandy area, and that front corner, that will be a Channel Islands garden, and currently, and then the sandy area has the current whale, shark, and dolphin exhibit. The little circle in front of the building on the right-hand side, just below that garden area, is a dolphin sculpture, and we could go to the next slide. That is the jadeite dolphins sculpture created by John Cody, an area artist, out of our state rock jadeite. Part of the funding, we got partial funding, and we have been given matching grants from a donor to create a faux fountain. We originally wanted to have a water feature around that, but due to the drought and other issues, it was a decision to create a faux fountain made out of mosaic tiles. You can see the whale and dolphin, the life-size whale and dolphins in the background. The little free library, which was very popular during the pandemic, it's up in the front of the property there. Next slide, please. This is the mosaic artist, Patty Jacquemain. You may know her she's from Santa Barbara. Next slide. This part of the grant will go to refurbish the whale, shark, and dolphin models, which have shown some weather wear and tear. Next slide, please. We'll be adding the gray whale. Our motto is, the slogan of our museum is where natural history comes to life. So we are designing the gray whale to have real water come out of its spout when classes are visiting, just to bring up the topic of the whale not being a fish and how they breathe. We have live sounds from dolphin clicks to the killer whale song right now. We'll be adding the gray whale song, which is distinctive. Next slide, please. Part of the grant will go to educating our visitors about our river systems and the tributaries and the watershed. We'll be partnering with the city on display about what goes down the drain, ends up in the ocean. Next slide. And we have an endangered, threatened, extinct, recovered labeling on some of our collection, and this is the steelhead trout exhibit inside the museum. Part of the grant will go to replace the live water feature that's in the background of the steelhead. Next slide. And then you can see, not that clearly from this charcoal rendering, but a steelhead will be exiting that exhibit through a plexiglass piece and swimming down a river and out toward an open ocean exhibit in the main room to demonstrate visually how this fish has the flexibility to live in a freshwater environment and then adapt to a saltwater environment for up to 2 years before swimming back into its native river system for spawning. Next slide, please. We'd like to thank Kathy Pfeiffer and you folks, the Santa Barbara County of Supervisors, for CREF oversight. We have provided thousands of area students each year under normal circumstances with free natural history education in our own backyard, and CREF has been responsible for many of our most exciting exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sousa. Kathy, would you like to wrap it up before we go back to the board for questions?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we're here for any questions you might have. I enjoyed all the presentations from the applicants, and we're all here for questions.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Pfeiffer. Back to the board. Any questions? Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I had a brief conversation with Meredith Hendricks from the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, and she explained to me that they were very appreciative of the staff recommendation for the funding for the Arella Ranch conservation easement, but that the package of funding that they had put together to accomplish that kind of hinged on a higher level commitment from the county, and that she was concerned that the other layered funding sources might not work with the lower recommended amount. She was not suggesting the entire $700,000 original request was necessary, but I'm wondering if somebody from the Land Trust is here to talk to that and could speak to that nuance.
Thank you, Supervisor. Meredith Hendricks, the Executive Director of the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, is here. I appreciate the question and also your consideration of our grant application today. It is indeed the case that we recognize that there are potential compelling projects coming forward in future years on the Gaviota Coast that are worthy of investment. We do have the Aurelia Ranch project that is ready to move forward now, and we have other pending public sources of funds that we are trying to build out our fundraising strategy against. We also have a robust plan for individual donor fundraising, and we really need this investment of the CREF grant to kick off the momentum. This project is significant in terms of the view shed and in terms of the overall complexion of what we're trying to achieve on the Gaviota Coast, and a significant investment from the CREF grants would really be important to us being able to move this project forward. So a grant more on the order of $300,000 would go a long way to allowing us to raise the remaining amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think the Aurelia Ranch project merits that, and I would definitely support that.
Just a point of order. Are we asking questions now, or are we deliberating? Because I think we need to keep the two separate.
Absolutely.
Okay,
think
then I'll wait till deliberation.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, we need to check in on public comment. So let's go ahead and go to public comment. Do we have any speakers?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we do have one request to speak who was with us and just logged off. So if that one individual who did request to speak on this item would like to provide their comments, please log in now to do so. Thank you.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that and come back to it if that person returns to the Zoom. So any additional questions from the board about these items? All right, so I guess we will be moving on to, let's just hold on just a second to see if we can get to public comment. Okay.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we do have our one request to speak, and that is Doug Kern.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. When you're ready.
Chair Nelson, supervisors, thank you for this opportunity to comment on the 2021 CREF cycle. My name is Doug Kern. I'm the executive director of the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. For 25 years, GCC has been dedicated to protecting the rural character and environmental integrity of the Gaviota Coast. My comments are directed to Project 9, the Aurelia Ranch Conservation Easement. GCC has been a strong advocate for protecting the coast and supports permanent protection of coastal properties. The proposed conservation easement on the Aurelia Ranch is an important opportunity for permanent protection of agricultural lands on the Gaviota Coast. Full disclosure relative to my comments, Gunnar Tottram is the son of the landowner for the CE, and Mr. Tottram has been a member of the GCC board for over 15 years. I understand the sensitivity for me to speak on this issue, so let me focus on the great work of the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County in this effort and the importance of preserving agricultural lands in this area. We face ongoing development threats, and landowners are vulnerable to selling properties when developers make large offers. We have a landowner who is willing to permanently give up development rights for a relatively small amount of funds. It is important to compensate landowners and protect their property in perpetuity. I appreciate the staff recommendation to provide $175,000 in funding. I encourage you to go further and provide a higher award in the neighborhood of $300,000 for this conservation easement. The full requested amount will strongly assist in securing this conservation easement to permanently protect this coastal property. Thanks so much for allowing me to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Kern. Okay, I think now we're back to the board for some deliberations. Not everybody at once. Supervisor Hart?
Well, yeah, I do think that Ms. Hendricks' request for the closer to $300,000, I mean, if we just use the $118,000 that we're deferring, is that right? Is that what I'm looking at? I've got your notes on a piece of paper. I've lost track of my things. That would get us to $293,000. That would be right in the ballpark, I think.
Supervisor Hartman?
Well, since we're in deliberations, I just wanted to say that I think staff has done a terrific job. It is agonizing to have to decide among all these fabulous projects. And I just can't help but say the new tracks, I hope our county parks was paying close attention, because I'd like to see that at some of our other, at Halama, for example, or I know we have a wheelchair at Guadalupe Dunes, but nothing quite like this. So, and they've just been extraordinary projects coming forward. And so overall, I am very supportive of staff recommendations. In terms of the reef project, I think it's important to have the permitting or a scientific basis. I think a one-off in just giving the money without more foundation makes me a little uncomfortable. So I would like to see the permitting go further and some validation perhaps from UCSB and the Marine Science Institute there, or just a better grasp of what that means for that ecosystem. And I also would be supportive of increasing the amount. On the Gaviota Coast, we may have some acquisition opportunities, and so we don't have a lot of money every year in this program, so we're trying to sock it away. But I do think that this offers an excellent opportunity to protect some continuous acreage, given that we already have some parcels nearby where we have conservation easements, and to protect wildlife corridors and endangered species. And it is a significant view shed, and it is close to El Cap and Refugio State Parks, and we can see it. I drive it twice a day on the 101. So I would be supportive of 250 or 300, but I want to husband resources for some other opportunities that would offer some huge public access benefits to the coast if they come to fruition.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman.
Mr.
Supervisor
Chair.
Williams?
Yep. Did some.
Mrs. Orovich?
Yes, sorry. I just wanted to chime in. I know you're in the middle of deliberations, and I just wanted to maybe just briefly touch on what Supervisor Hartman was saying, and that is, and just to give a little bit more background in that, this is an opportunity, and staff did recognize that, but we also, again, are trying to have and hold on to some monies for some potential future sites, perhaps down the road, which would give other opportunities for public access that this would not. The conservation easement is certainly a great idea. It does not give us the county access to it for the public, and it doesn't have direct access to the beach. And those were just some of the reasons why we weren't supporting it with a higher dollar amount. And I just wanted to provide that additional background.
Thank you, Mr. Zorovich. Supervisor Williams?
I understand it's a tough balance. I think the hard part is it's really hard to do anything in open space acquisition or easement acquisition for less than $200,000, right? So I would also, like my colleagues, support a higher amount for number 9, the Araya Ranch conservation easement. I also support the other staff recommendations. I'm very curious about the Goleta Kelp Restoration Project. I mean, I do think there is something to this. There has been a lot of work done on research deployment of devices. They're different than these devices, so I guess I suppose there is, as Supervisor Hartman said, there may be better, more due diligence that we could do. But on the other hand, we only do this once every other year. And so I don't know, I suppose I would be okay with leaving it out if we left the door open to looking at it next year. The reason only is because I've been looking at this project almost as long as I've been looking at competitive ambulance bidding. So, I mean, it takes a long time for these things to happen. And so I think Beacon, it was proposed to Beacon as far back as 2005 to do this. And there are some devices out there that are working very well. It is a different design than this. And so maybe I'm okay with not just handing them the money today, but I do think that we should fund it after we see maybe some more due diligence, maybe even add to the motion the ability to come back next year instead of waiting 2 years if the project has permitting.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Hartman?
Well, we did some inquiry from our office with the Marine Science Institute at UCSB, and what they said was kelp enhancement via small structures like these is not usually a cost-effective solution, and that possibly the natural sand flow will likely cover these balls just like it covered the natural reef. So the ultimate suggestion in this email is that we need to do more research about the kinds of projects that we want to fund. So I wouldn't be prepared at this time to make that kind of commitment without more background.
Supervisor Williams?
I think that defies what the truth on the ground has been, which is that these, now admittedly, they are a different design to what is being proposed here. So I do not know that this design is efficacious, but the previous designs have worked. Not only have they worked for kelp replenishment, if you want, we can swim out there and I'll show you. But it also works for octopus habitat because the design that they did provides refugia on the ones that are currently deployed out there. And so, I'm familiar with this debate, but I'm also familiar with the reality on the ground that the kelp reef that was there has not come back naturally in 40 years. And I'm okay with giving Mother Nature a little bit of help here to create what will be good habitat. That being said, I don't know that we've done enough vetting on this one. So I guess I would vote against a recommendation that leaves it out unless we left the door open to come back earlier than 2 years from now.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yes. Well, I do have a question then for the applicant, if they're still there. And I'm sorry to have to ask this, but were you involved, someone was involved in unpermitted deposition of these devices, and was it you a couple of years ago?
I think I can answer that. I think I know who that is, and it's not them. I think it's the folks that Beacon funded, in fact. But their scientific bona fides were also pretty impressive. I'm not. I think we're getting in the realms of academic fighting, but if I have to choose a battle line, I'm definitely on this in support of kelp reef out in Goleta, and this is real habitat restoration, and it has habitat value unless the impressive kelp beds that we once had along the coast were enormously important habitat, and we had that enormously important habitat in Goleta Bay until 1983, and we don't have it anymore, and there is a chance to have it back.
Last comment, if I may.
Yes, please.
Well, I'm a diver too, and I realize that our kelp forests are extraordinary. But before we go fooling with them, for me, it would be very important to have scientific validation of the process, and especially if we're going to give this money without first having it go through the permit process.
Thank you. Not seeing anybody else jump in, I'll talk about some of my priorities here.
I just want it known on the record, I'm pro octopus habitat, okay?
So I'm actually interested in that as well. I think that, the potential to protect Goleta Beach is important here, and if we can move that along and try some different things, I think that's actually going to save us money in the long run if we can find some solutions there. I'm looking at their proposal, and $61,000 is what the first part of that would actually get them through permitting. So if that's something that we want to look at, that gets them through their final design and engineering, and then 50,000 is what they have down for permitting. I don't know if that's a realistic cost or not, but just throwing that out there. If that moves that along, the other project that I'm most in favor of, and it's no secret, I would be a big fan, is of the coastal splash zone at Cabrillo High School. As a former Lompoc Unified School District teacher, and having these students as my students, I just know how important this asset is to Lompoc Valley. There's one of those things that we all hear about. There's nothing to do in town. There is a aquarium in our backyard that is very impressive, and what the work that they're doing with the young men and women that are learning leadership skills, project management is extraordinary, as well as, there's 10,000 students in the Lompoc Unified School District that are going to benefit from this. So for me, of all the projects, that's a lot of bang for your buck. as well as that's open to, as you heard in the presentation, virtually, and they've been able to do tours for people out as far as Oklahoma during the pandemic. And it's been a pandemic-resistant presentation, and so they continue to do that over this last year. $50,000 is their current allocation. I'd be supportive of something that might continue to maybe increase that number. I don't know where we get it from, but that's something that I'm in favor of. So, how do we do this?
I thought your solution was a good compromise, is help fund it through permitting, and then let the agencies that permit this be the recipient of the academic debate that we just previewed. So let them arbitrate the efficacy of kelp replenishment, but we give it a $60,000 ability to try.
Push. Yep. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think that the goal of restoring the kelp habitat at Goleta Beach is, everybody probably supports that. There are two, though, different things going on at the same time with the two different restoration projects, and that hasn't been coordinated, and it does need to be coordinated. It can't just be these two individual groups of folks putting stuff out there, without there being some collaboration, cooperation. So I think that is sort of the fundamental problem with throwing money at this right today, is that hasn't even happened. And the other project is in the ground and, being demonstrated as a pilot. So there has to be some sort of coordination of those two efforts. So I don't know that the funding for this proposal, the CK proposal, as opposed to the octo-condo proposal, is right now. But I absolutely agree with Chair Nelson that the Cabrillo High School aquarium is an active, live thing. We have funded other improvements there, and going from $50,000 to their total, I think $110,000 request. Maybe that's a lot, but I think we've done in the past sort of a challenge bridge there. But where that comes from is a little more complicated than the Arella Ranch acquisition, because the acquisition funds, there's a logical path with the 2021 deferral funding. There's $118,000 that we're deferring to a future date that we could marry to the 175, which would get it to 293. But where we would come up, how we would do the additional, I guess we would just, have to bend that formula in regards to the acquisition and the active projects, and then take a little more from that to accomplish the Cabrillo High School.
All right, let me try something. I think I've seen something happening here. So if we did make that movement on Arella Ranch from some of the other acquisition dollars, move them there, and I feel like I'm gonna get struck by Peter Adam lightning, but we have this maintenance project on Lookout Park, which is important, but we're only asking for 170 here. We're gonna give them 40. And that's still not even enough. The 170 wasn't even enough to do the entire project. Maybe there's some funds there that can be redistributed. This is kind of a one-time opportunity for a lot of these organizations. $40,000 is still real money that we need to put it back into our infrastructure, and hopefully there'll be some other opportunities to do that. We're going to need to fund it in a greater amount in the future, and that's a project that needs to be a priority for this board. So I think maybe that's where some of those funds can come from, to maybe bolster up the Lompoc project. Supervisor Williams?
I'll let you finish.
Say again?
I'll let you finish.
No, I was just going to say, okay. So there's some funds there.
I think that, that would be, I guess I'd wonder, why would we take out of another meritorious project? We're detaining 50% of our funds every year for something that staff just said we just need to have it reach $1 million by the time there is an agreement on Hollister Ranch. Is that going to happen in 6 months? I don't know. Maybe. The last time I poo-pooed the idea that it's going to happen within a year, everybody got mad at me, but that was 2.5 years ago. So, I don't understand what the sacredness is of detaining 50% for that purpose and then having the rest of us argue over the crumbs. If we want to put 40,000 more somewhere, I think we should take it out of that.
I don't disagree. I don't think that needs to be a sacred number there. I think when that time comes, the board has made a commitment that they'll fund that $1 million. And I think CREF will come right back to CREF and we'll look at our other options that we have. So Supervisor Hart.
Well, I think those are two viable ways to get there. I think that, the county project at the park, we have money that's unallocated in the budget process. We're being super careful with our first, workshop items, and there remain a lot of discussion about that. I think we could elevate that conversation in that particular project, and there is a big shortfall. $40,000 today isn't going to determine whether that project goes forward. It's going to need additional funding. So there's two different, totally viable paths to get to where we're all trying to get, and I think it's just a matter of what the board wants to do.
Right, and I wanted to add to when I thought that something was coming together here, I did want to support Supervisor Williams when he said if we need to wait for this to come back in a year to see if that's out a little bit more on the sea caves. I'm willing to support that, absolutely. I think that's where we get everybody to be happy here and move this forward. I know that that's not the cycle that we've been in, but I think that might get us into some kind of consensus. Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, thank you. One of the things I'm proudest about in serving on this board is that we've made policies like the 18% for infrastructure and many others that we've stuck to year to year to year. And then we can see, all right, this has really resulted in following through on our commitments, keeping faith. And we've done that with the CREF program in the 2-year. And we've done that setting aside the money for the Hollister Access Program. And now we're saying, well, we want to throw that out the door and just ad hoc. And I just don't think that's keeping faith. We have a 2-year program. That's what we agreed to. That's kind of what people are now used to. And because of one project, we should throw that out. That doesn't make sense to me. And again, the Hollister Access Program, to take from that, we hadn't funded it. We realized we had a gap. We said we're going to put the money aside each year like we did with infrastructure. And now we're saying, oh, well, we really don't want to do that after all. So that, to me, I can't go there.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams? And
I think you're characterizing it in a very strange way. Because the end result is then we spend all the CREF money in your district. So I mean, come on, I think.
Let's look at it that way.
Let's try to stay moving along in a constructive way. We can. Supervisor Lavanino?
I'm gonna give all the money from my district with all my coastal resources and split it among the 4 of you.
I'm gonna send Virginia Souza after you. So Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, I mean, I actually looked at where this money is going, and it's not my district particularly.
It's our county, and we're on the same team here. We're working towards something. So I guess I didn't quite understand if we went up from the 165 that we had for Arella Ranch to so I think we're hearing 250 or 300. Where were those funds going to come from? I'm still confused on that.
Mr. Chair, this is John Zorovich.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So if I was tracking this, I think what I heard was for the Arella Ranch, we're right now at 175, and I think there's been some desire to increase that to a number of somewhere between 250 and 300,000. I think what Supervisor Hart was suggesting is take some of the additional funding that we have in the acquisition and put it towards that. So if we were to put all the acquisition money rather than just a portion of it for both cycles, that would give us to 293,000 for the Arella Ranch. Certainly there's 419 in the deferral program. If you wanted to, just as options, there's another, you could perhaps pull 7 from that, and there you have your 350 or 300,000 even. So that would be one of the options of that. Then there's the question, of funding for some of these other ones. Just some general comments and responses, if I could here.
So,
I don't want to get.
I just need to understand this because I'm the one that's trying to make a spreadsheet here on my sheet. So the additional potentially 125,000 that would come for Royal Ranch, that's from the acquisition for Hollister? Is that what we're saying, or is is that a different group?
Mr. Chair, the funds that we were talking about are for the acquisition funds. If you looked at, how can I best describe it? It's table 9 in the attachment A.
Yep, I'm there.
Has some allocations. And so if you look at the bottom right, for 2021 and 2020, there's 146,606 available in each CREF cycle year for acquisition. And so what staff has done so far, if you looked at Orella Ranch on that table, they've allocated 146,000, meaning all of 2020's acquisition towards Orella Ranch, and 28,000, roughly, I'm just going to use rough numbers, for the 2021 acquisition. So that still left $118,000 in the 2021 acquisition fund that we did not use. We were saving that to squirrel away, if you would, future funding of acquisition. If the board were to decide that they wanted to just use all of that acquisition from both cycles, the 146 and the 146, that would get you to the 293,000.
Gotcha.
For that, and that's not touching the Hollister Ranch allocation.
Okay.
In previous cycles, it has been the board's desire to, save up $1 million. And so it was a decision several cycles ago to allocate the 156,000 each year to that. So eventually we get up to that number. And that was just kind of previous boards' desires to get there. I understand that's up for grabs if you would like. I wouldn't recommend it because we are trying to achieve that. Then there's other costs too with the Gleta kelp. That's been a concern today. I just want to give some, I'm not trying to take sides. I just want to give some perspective. In the past, it's been the board's desire not to fund towards or allocate funding towards permitting. We've basically relied on applicants to seek that themselves. And then once they get the permitting, then the CREF funding has gone forward to submit or to fund whatever has been permitted. That's just, for perspective. But obviously, if the board wants to fund that, we can either take from other of these other projects, look for other funding, and see where we go with that. But that's basically where the numbers are coming from what I'm following the board is saying so far.
All right, let me try to get this back on the same page again. So if we added the 118,000 to the Orella Ranch, we'd still be able to be faithful to the commitment the board has made on Hollister Ranch acquisition. Is that correct? So then the last thing that we're kind of disagreeing about is whether we would be willing to come back for a 1-year cycle. And I know it's over this one project, but again, I want to get everybody, I think that's what Supervisor Williams is asking, to get this to be a highlighted issue moving forward, because he's not willing to wait another 2 years before, if there's an ability to move forward to deal with this. And so.
And Mr. Chair, can I just add one thing? The reason we are at a 2-year cycle is because we don't get that much funding in a given year. So because the revenues are down, the board opted to go to 2 years so that there would be sufficient funding to actually consider a reasonable number of applications. So that's just another factor.
All right, I think we understand that, and I guess that the ask is if the board be willing to accommodate that to get consensus here. I think that we could still stay committed to our commitments to Hollister Ranch. I think we might be able to fund most of these projects as suggested and has been evaluated by our staff, and hopefully get to a unanimous vote if possible. Mr. Gazzoni, you have some comments?
Chair and Supervisors, yes, our Clerk Jacqueline Alexander and I were talking just on 2 levels. 1, to help you along, and 2, to have some granularity on what action you finally take And that is that planning and development does have a spreadsheet that they're working with clerk of the board on, much like your budget deliberations, so that these discussions, you'd be able to track.
This doesn't work?
Okay. That works for now. And we would like what works for now to match what works later.
All right. So.
And I'll just segue over to Jacqueline.
Okay. Yep, I think we're almost up. So is Supervisor Hart, please.
Well, I think you've got us most of the way there. Then there's this money, the money we need to add to the Cabrillo Aquarium. And I absolutely understand Supervisor Williams' concern about taking money from his district from his project.
Absolutely.
You know, and putting that on the Cabrillo project. But I do really think that there's a path to get more money for the Lookout Park project through the budget process. You know, and this conversation, I think, is elevating the importance of both those projects. If we were to do that, you know, and have a little bit of trust that we're going to be, you know, looking at that carefully in the future, then, you know, we could maintain the integrity of these funds and take that $40,000 and put it on the Cabrillo project, and I think we would have a consensus. But that, I think, requires Supervisor Williams to.
I can have that trust.
Great.
I will have that trust.
And I actually want to hear from Ms. Van Wee on at least the status of that project and where it is in the funding cycle. Where, you know, where is this $40,000 in the perspective of being able to accomplish that, and where is it in our capital improvement plan or maintenance plan?
Chair Nelson, great question. So this is just part of the overall park deferred maintenance, the 5-year deferred maintenance. It's wrapped up in there. So we were planning on utilizing next year's deferred maintenance, preventive maintenance funds to fund this project. But again, we always go for grant opportunities to try to allay any kind of general fund contributions that we're putting towards a project. So
we were trying to stretch those dollars, and this board definitely appreciates that. CEO Miyasato.
Supervisors, through the chair, you could today direct me to, because we're not having budget hearings for another month, but we're getting everything finalized. You could direct me to provide a minimum, or at least $40,000 of general fund in our recommended budget for the Lookout Park. And then the board can, you know, add or do whatever you want at budget hearings, but you could therefore kind of safeguard those funds if you'd like to do that.
We can do that, although I'm hearing that it's on the maintenance plan. This is where, you know, it's a question of whether those general fund or those maintenance dollars get extended to the project after this. This is going to get funded next year, is what I just heard. So, you know, this $40,000 is not a make or break for that project, that it is planned on being a funded project for next year. Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair, and I wanted to spend just a moment on this about $1 million of mitigation funds that the board had previously decided to save up, and that's because that is an obligation. Those funds were taken as mitigation for a project, and there will be a payback, and if it's not through this avenue, it'll be through another avenue. So I just want to make clear that that is a requirement at some point, however many years down the road, but when it hits, there'll be an obligation to pay that $1 million or so.
Okay. And one last question I have is, so CREF has been one of the ways that we can work on this kelp issue. What other avenues do we have at this board to highlight that, to fund that, to support future endeavors? Is this the only opportunity to engage there? I don't know the answer to that question, and I think that's where I'm hearing from Supervisor Williams here is this is an opportunity, and we shouldn't miss it. So, CEO Miyasato and then Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair Nelson and supervisors, you always have an opportunity to prioritize different funding and projects. It's your discretion. Okay. And you can do that in budget workshops, you can do that part of the hearing, but you always have that opportunity to prioritize how you want your dollars to be spent, because we have not had much discretionary dollars, as you know, in the past. The board has relied on these funds for different types of projects, the ones that meet the criteria, but you'll have more flexibility at budget, and you can always prioritize. We just ask that you do prioritize and give us your preferences.
So I guess I'm kind of wondering which department touches this? You know, what county function, is this Parks that ends up being the nexus here, or, and Supervisor Hartman's had her light on, so.
I got another idea. We could provide the money to Beacon.
All right. Let's go to Supervisor Hartman, Hart, and then back to Williams.
Sure. I mean, and I would be open to that. I could think they'd have to apply for it, or we'd have to do it. But I mean, this is state lands. This
Okay.
is, but there's, there's natural resource damages. There's the NIFWIF, the National Wildlife Federation Foundation. I mean, there are many sources of funding from other agencies who have a direct responsibility for kelp and nearshore waters. It's technically not even county lands.
Right. Okay. Supervisor Hart.
Well, if we're ready for a motion, I could do that. So what I have heard us say is that on the staff PowerPoint, slide 7, recommended action F, there's $118,212 that were proposed to be deferred from the 2021 fees to an earmarked for the Coastal Acquisitions Fund Deferral Program. That would instead go to the Arella Ranch conservation easement. And then we are agreeing to take the $40,000 on item number 5 for CSD's Lookout Park Bluff Top Erosion Project and add it to the Cabrillo High School project. And I think CEO Miyasato's suggestion that while we're here, let's just make that request that she adds the $40,000 for the Bluff Top Erosion Project into the Parks Department budget, just to keep it tight and clean and keep all these boundaries lines in place, and I would make that motion.
Second.
Further discussion.
And does that include a funding amount to Beacon for a grant for kelp replenishment?
I still think we need to coordinate the two projects. I don't understand how they're trying to do the same thing in the same place without coordinating. And so I want that to happen, and I think it should happen, but I think it needs a little more.
Okay, I'll support them.
Okay. Mr. Gazzoni.
Chair and supervisors, again, I was tracking the motion, but I think populating the sheet would be helpful, and also knowing whether you're going to go through recommended actions one by one or move the rest of these along with it, and also how you would incorporate the conceptual direction about staff returning in 1 year versus the 2-year CREF cycle. I don't think you need a formal amendment of the CREF guidelines today, but just some direction from the board so that planning would know what they're operationalizing for next year.
So we have a motion.
I'll second it.
Well, no, it's been seconded already. So I guess there's clarification on what we want to do with. So let's move forward this motion and then ask the question as a board, so we don't tangle this up, about how we want to do future years of CREF.
Yeah, I think they're populating the thing, so why don't we just take that question separately? Right. I, for one, the money's shrinking, there's a lot of staff time involved. It does take up time. I still like the 2-year cycle. So I understand what Supervisor Hartman said about we make commitments, let's follow through with them. So, I mean, this is the plan we've been on, let's stick with it.
So I'm willing to support coming back in a year if that gets us to moving this issue forward in a year from now. Maybe some of these things can be resolved, and so I'm actually supportive of coming back next year.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, sorry, my apologies really quick. If Kathy Pfeiffer can please email the updated Excel spreadsheet to the guest CA email address, we can get that up here in the hearing room. And perhaps she could walk us through what she heard from that motion as well, just so then it's very clear for us all. But if we could wait to have that up on the screen, that would be great. Thank you.
So does the conceptual motion mean we come back in a one-off to answer the kelp questions in a year? Is I think the question.
I think we're gonna separate those two motions.
Okay.
So we're gonna take the funding motion clearly by itself, and then we're gonna go ahead and have a vote on whether we come back in a year or we continue a 2-year cycle from here. So again.
Are we pausing for the
Yeah, so we're
PowerPoint?
pausing Supervisor Hart's motion that's been seconded by Supervisor Hartman.
Okay.
And if Supervisor Williams wanted to make a motion, come back in a year, I would provide the second.
Then let's just handle that motion first, since we're not waiting for the.
Right.
So I'm not saying to bring the whole grant process back. I'm just saying, instead of trying to allocate $60,000 today and not have the coordination issue worked out, or the bona fides issue worked out, that we just allow for a single question to come back, in a year. That would be my motion on the kelp replenishment project. And that would be my motion.
And I'll second that, understanding that we're just talking about kelp and Goleta Beach, that the Octocondo project might be the one that comes in requesting the $60,000, or this. There's going to be some coordination, there's going to be some science. It's not going to just be a permit, it's going to, advance the project. And I think that hits all the bases that everybody's
So
looking for.
it doesn't have to necessarily be a CREF cycle. It's
Yeah.
an item. How about we have an item on the kelp bed growth programs in a year from now?
There you go.
And discuss the options that we have as a board to partner with these various agencies to bring things forward.
So if I'm clear, then it's not in the context of CREF. If it is,
Well-
I wouldn't support it, and that's fine. But if it isn't, if it's to talk about kelp restoration in general and various options, I would heartily support that.
Okay. Well, because I think
I wouldn't want to do a bait and switch. I would think that CREF wouldn't be one of the possibilities of funding it.
And I think the board would have that discretion at that time to direct staff to come back with some craft options for us if that was what we came to a conclusion at that hearing. Mr. Gazzoni?
Chair and supervisors, my starting point is that the board has a lot of discretion on this process and the timing of this process. You have less discretion on the nexus, and that's what we emphasized at the beginning. It might be helpful just to hear from the planning director just on whatever noticing or outreach she does as part of the normal CREF cycle, and that might impact your decision also.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Gazzoni. So typically what we do is we have a cycle, right, where people apply for grants. And if we were going to have a cycle next year, I would think we would open it up and allow everybody to apply for grants. So
That's not the intention.
right. So I would recommend not making it a CREF cycle process. That is what my suggestion would be then.
So what I'm going to suggest is that we make it a hearing a year from now, and we explore our options at that time. And at that time, we could direct staff to look at CREF funds or look at other additional revenue sources or grant opportunities for the county. Is that acceptable, Mr. Supervisor Williams?
Sure.
All right. So, and there was a second from Supervisor Hart on that. And any further discussion about that?
Yeah, I just want to say I won't support this because of what our planning director said. I think it really muddies the water for everyone.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? So we're going to go ahead and take the motion that Supervisor Williams proposed. Yep. Supervisor
So we're
Levin.
clear. Okay, so it's coming back in a year. I want to learn about kelp restoration,
Yeah,
right?
me too.
I want to see how, because I've heard this stuff going on since I've been here. But we wouldn't think at that time of then saying, okay, yeah, that sounds like a really good program. Let's go take CREF funding right now and give you $60,000. I mean, that I wouldn't support. Well, I'm thinking you say, yes, this is a good program. We like this one. And when CREF comes around, we're going to, now we understand it. So what I'm thinking is we're giving people a year to get their act together, come to us with a solution, and we know what the solution is, and we can move forward in the next cycle. If that's not what we're doing, then I'm also out. But it's $60,000? Well,
It's all made up.
You
We're
know,
just
we-
trying to get to the finish line here. This is
I know,
this
but
is like that family circle cartoon where the kids
we
go.
always argue about 40 and 60,000 way longer than we do 40 and 60
I don't
million.
think we're committing any funds at this time. We're committing to having a presentation on this and options for the board to move this further. And that's the commitment that I see that we're bringing along.
But I think I agree with Supervisor Lavanino. If we're not compromising the 2-year cycle for CREF, I would support it. If we're saying next year we're going to get this report and we're going to take the money at that point from CREF, then I won't support it.
I think we're going to make that
option's on the-
decision a year from now.
Yeah, that option's on the table every Tuesday for us to do that. So we're not committing to that today. I mean, if we noticed it, but.
Chair
so-
Nelson.
Yes, CEO Miyasato.
So if you're going to vote on the motion, I'm not sure if Supervisor Williams' motion, which got seconded, is the same thing as you're saying. So
Okay.
could someone just clearly state the motion for the record on this?
That we will return a year from now, entertaining the concept of a kelp replenishment project. The recipient of the funds could be Beacon, and Beacon could decide which entity to provide that with, if that makes it more legitimate. And we'll determine in a year what the funding source is.
Okay.
Second.
All right, and I'm going to support that motion. Is there any further discussion? All right, Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
If I understand it.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
And Chair Nelson?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now back to the original purpose of this item. Oh, well, one of the original purposes of this item. So I believe we have up on the screen the reallocation of the $118,212 from our balance that has been dedicated to the Arella Ranch Conservation Easement, and then a reduction of the $40,000 allocation from Lookout Park, and have reallocated those funds to the Cabrillo High School Aquarium project, bringing that to $90,000. So those are the two adjustments from staff recommendations. And I believe that there was a motion from Supervisor Hart, and it was seconded by Supervisor Hartman. Is there any disagreement on that? Is there any further discussion on that? If there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Then do we need a motion on the remaining items that were not part of that, or would that include?
Didn't your motion include the remaining items?
It actually didn't, but.
Okay.
I don't know
Okay,
what we
well,
did.
let's go ahead and-
If we
would
did
you-
that, then we're done. but
Go ahead, Supervisor Hart, would you like
I'd
to?
make a motion on the remaining staff recommendations. To
Supervisor
approve this
Hartman?
remaining staff recommendation.
Okay. Any further discussion about those? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Chair Nelson.
CEO Miyasato.
As part of Supervisor Hart's motion, was that regarding direction to me in the budget or not?
Yes, it was. All right, we now adjourn our meeting to May 18th, 2021.